Weapon. 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 Goodbye.
Weapon! Weapon!
One, two, three, 5. You went out, you turned west, you went numb, you felt possessed. You fell down, you blacked out, you woke up to stare and shout. You saw there a dark void, the whole world had been destroyed. The planet was gone, the planet was gone, entire planet was gone, the stupid planet was gone. It's alright, so don't press, just forget, no one will see, God forbid. It's all gone, so move on, nobody knows what you did. You moved on,
Weapon!
got old, you got used to the dark and the cold. You withered away into a pile of dust, completely withered away into a pile of dust. But then you traveled on the solar wind to find another galaxy to live in. You forgiven. And once again you settled down, and once again you had another blackout. Too late to back out, but it's alright, so don't fret, just forget. No one will see, God forbid. It's all gone, so move on. Nobody knows what you did. Nobody knows what you did. Whom it concerns is now in a better place. Nobody knows what you did. Even the person who did it doesn't know. Nobody knows what you did. Whom it concerns is now in a better place. Nobody knows what you did. Even the
How much RAM does this bot?
it doesn't know. Nobody knows what you did. Whom it concerns is now in a better place. Nobody knows what you did. Even the person who did it doesn't know. It's not a crime to demolish all the rules. It's not a crime when the laws are brought down. It's just a paradox. It isn't wrong. It's just a paradox. But it's alright. No one will see, God forbid.
Weapon.
It's all gone, so move on. Nobody knows what you did. So don't fret, just forget. No one will see, God forbid. It's all gone, so move on. Nobody knows what you did.
Oh, hey everyone, how's it going? Hi. Where the fuck is the game capture? Is this happening again? Is it happening again? It's always like this. Oh, there it is. Okay, all right. Woo! Bullshit's what I don't need. Had enough bullshit lately. All right. Let's get down to Aztecs here. Let me go over to, where is the timers action? And then I'm going to edit this one. And then I'm going to there. Well, okay. Once again, the cat jam is in the wrong place. I don't understand why this keeps happening. There. Oh, right. Because I hand position Clive every single time. You know, for that matter, now that I think of it, it does occur to me. Let's just I'm gonna wait for this. I gotta wait for this. Okay. Oh, that's not right. That's not right. In that case, I'm gonna put Clive because that's a much higher priority. I'm gonna move him up. There. Oh, it's perfect. Let's do it again. There we go. All right. Excellent. 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 Oh, okay. Yeah, that's gonna happen for a while. Anyway. Fucking hell, I just looked at the now playing.
3 donation. So is this thing still on?
3 donation. Okay, but why didn't you just say A? I mean, like, I'm not denying this is funny. This is funny. But it seems... Okay. Alright, you fucking got me. God damn it, it never changes. Every goddamn... Fuck. hesitation. The fucking hesitation at the end of the cut every single time. And I go to the TTS and it doesn't work. And it never works. And this is every time that I go to the TTS and it doesn't work. Fuck me. All right. Okay. Once again, I realize this is probably the same fucking group of people as it was last time, but and I don't want to bleed you dry on funds, but I'm just going to give you a couple of updates. I did pin the message if you want to help out with my situation. Inri, the kitty. It's one of those things where it's the nature of pets that when they're sick, you'll move heaven and earth, and then as soon as they're better, you're like, you wretched little shit. You wretched little shit. Do you see what you made me do? So Udon's doing better. We brought her home from the veterinary hospital, and she still had not eaten anything the whole time she was there. They had offered her various foods. Nothing took. But we brought her home, and after she was home for a little bit, we tried offering her 2 kibble, just two of them, two earth kibble, and that worked. And we don't know if that would have worked if we'd tried it 6 days ago, right? Maybe. We never tried that. Why would we try that? So she ate 2 kibble, and then we gave her 2 more kibble, and she ate 2 more kibble, and then we gave her 2 more kibble, and she ate 2 more kibble, and, well, you can imagine how this went. And that's how it was for like a day and a half, and then she went to the bowl, and she did a munch, a long munch, and then she sort of went back to it, and now she's sort of back to not being back to it. Oh, thank you, Mario. I really appreciate that. Ah, geez. Although I will remind you that if you're going to donate, if you have the option, if it's not too much to ask, please use Ko-fi, because the link's pinned in the chat there, because I get it much more quickly and they take much less of a chunk, but I'm not going to say no to anything. Anyway, so at this point, she is going to the bowl multiple times a day and munching. I would say she's, if not, back to normal, she's certainly considerably on the mend. So yeah, I think we got this one. I think we're Gucci, and we don't know what happened. We're never going to know what happened. The current theory is that, well, the current leading theory, insofar as it really counts for anything, is that she had a food allergy. This is something that is, widely acknowledged in cats. Supposedly it's quite an issue. Supposedly it happens quite a bit. The solution to it is, you got to put them on a special expensive diet, because if she's allergic to her kibble, then she's allergic to chicken protein. And the problem is that it is astonishingly difficult to get cat food that does not contain chicken protein. Very, very, very hard. In fact, it is almost impossible to get cat food that doesn't contain chicken products whatsoever, but apparently it's the protein that's a problem. So even in the stuff that's for like mild food sensitivities, it still often contains chicken fat. Oh yeah, I do need to put the links in the description as well. God, I always forget that there is I don't know that I can set the description when I create the stream is the thing, and so it never occurs to me, right? This isn't my fault. Sorry, I'm doing the thing. And save. Okay, there we go. Now it should be in the description. Anyway, but yeah, so yes, dead insects. That was like almost the point. Mitch, you will receive kilobytes by being in the chat and talking like once an hour at minimum, and then you'll acquire like 512 kilobytes an hour, I think it is. Also, occasionally I just give everybody kilobytes like this is fucking Mario Party, so you'll just get some eventually. Don't worry about it. Anyway, so the trouble is we don't know if she has that sensitivity. It is like many things could cause the only diagnosis that we got was that she has thickened intestinal lining. And a lot of things can cause that. One doctor informed us that from what
10 donation.
Oh boy.
Haven't been able to catch a stream for a little while. But here is some money so the cat can interpret a future little guy's video.
We'll see, actually. For complicated reasons, and this is the funny thing about all this, and also thank you. I'm going to be making a Patreon post about this eventually when I get up the gumption to say this very embarrassing thing, but I am fixing up this cat the way that you put a water pump in a car before you get rid of it. I need her to go. She can't stay here. She is a lovely cat in several senses, but with her and her sister are holy terrors, which make it impossible for me to ever get any sleep, among other things. And Ciro, the minimum dono is, I think, technically $1, but $3 is what coffee sets it to by minimum. Yeah, so basically I have to get this cat into better health just so I can throw them on Craigslist. And I mean, there's sort of what the hell, a saving grace here, which is that I was really worried about the idea of taking these two cats and just putting them on up for adoption, because they're always going to be special needs, even if they're not special needs, medically speaking. They're always going to be, they're always going to be, they are for a special home. If they go to some apartment, they're going to make that person's life a living hell. It's not going to be manageable. They're making my life a living hell, and they actually have a house to roam in. One of them, Udon, tries to eat foam. Like, she voraciously wants to eat foam, and we don't know if that's what happened to her. Like, it's possible she has a piece of foam stuck in her gut, and that's what's causing all this, although none of the doctors think that's likely. The ultrasound showed something in there, but they think it's more likely a hairball, and they also don't know if it's the cause of her problems, or if it's just incidental. So that's one thing. They will not give you a moment's peace, day or night. They're constantly yelling and stuff, and I don't have time for this. I don't have the space for this in my life. This is not this needs to be someone else's problem. I love these cats, but I love all cats, right? These ones need to be somebody else's problem to figure out. I don't have the margins for this. This I had already decided months ago, but I could not get up the gumption to try and get them adopted, partly because I was worried that whoever I offered them to would put them in a terrible environment that'll make them even worse. Well, the fortunate thing, I suppose, is, depending on how you look at this, now, if I put them up for adoption, it's going to come with a rider that says, if you feed them normal off-the-shelf cat food, one of them might die. So you're going to be spending $180 for a 10-pound bag of cat food for this cat forever. Don't take her if you're not ready for that, right? And I figure that hopefully will select for somebody who's a bit more prepared to actually give them the patience they need. So pros and cons, not the way I wanted it to go. But here's the thing, though. I did have to go out and spend $80 on like a 7-pound bag of cat food today. And that sucks. But
3 donation.
Okay.
You just have to be sure that your
3
post is
donation.
worth 3.
Oh no, it's so bad at it. There it is. Okay, yeah. I should point out that I have no ability to stop this. Is it done? Are we done? Okay. I am going to say, as funny as they can sometimes be, that yeah, for the sake of everybody, please keep it down to a dull roar. I would knock off about 10 of those A's. Anyway, yeah, it's like it's running out of breath. So anyway, the point is that, like, this whole thing has sucked, partly because I feel so bad that I'm having to put in all this, like, emotional effort and money for a cat that it's not fair to say I don't want her. It's more fair to say that I can't keep her. It's just not an option. And so all I can really do here is nurse her back to health and then try and shuffle her off anyway. And it feels so bad, but hey, you know what? Here's the thing. I know that if I was a rescue, if I was taking in strays with the understanding that, if I were to get up here and say I took in this stray, it's my 18th one this year, and they need to have a fucking leg replaced, I need $1,800. People would probably spring for it, right? I mean, it's not like I'm not right. It's probably not because it's my cat.
For donation,
okay.
AEIOU. John
All right.
Madden. Big American TTS, AEIOU, AEIOU,
Okay, all right.
AEIOU. My Rufflecopter goes swah, 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 swah,
Okay.
swah, swah. Why don't you come over and AEIOU. Get well, Udon Cat Free.
Perfect. Thank you. That was a good one. You see, you got to get the nuance in there, all right? Fuck. Anyway. But yeah, so to finish the fucking thought, come over. Hey, it was pretty good anyway. To finish the thought, though, so the total bill for this cat and the last one that I had to put down is, I got to calculate it, but it's somewhere in the neighborhood of like $4,500, and I don't have that. And so I had to put it all on a credit card, a new credit card I took out just for this purpose. So I am probably going to run a GoFundMe. I feel I never stop
50
feeling
donation.
weird about this.
Remember to liberally
right?
pet the cat.
On account of I never stop feeling weird about this on account of, like, people are already giving me a lot of money every month. But, the point is that, like, I'm not very good with my funds, right? And I guess the thing that makes me feel like tolerant of doing this is going, like, if I tell everyone that I am just a shithead and I misspent my money and that's why I don't have any savings to cover this, I don't think anyone is going to be surprised by that or feel particularly, that's relatable, right? It's the truth. I'm fucking broke because I'm a dipshit and I spent my money on things when I should have put it in savings, and then this happened. And if this were a person instead of a cat, we'd be even deeper shit, right? So I should probably take this as a lesson to manage my money better. But the point is that just like the rest of us, I did retail therapy to the point where I did harm to myself. And so, if people want to help bail me out of my own stupidity, then, who am I to say no? And yeah. So it's always awkward. It's awkward and weird, and I never know how to do it without feeling incredibly guilty that it's like, oh, you gave me, checks notes, $15,000 last month. Could you give me another $5,000? Because I spent the rest of it on nothing. Yeah. So the point, though, is that, like, I have not put that GoFundMe up yet because we're not out of the woods. I have 6 months before this credit card starts to hit me with nightmarish 30% APR penalties, so I don't yet have to worry about it. But I am probably going to do that just because fucking I done goofed. And again, I know that probably nobody really cares about this aspect of it, but it does just frost me. Of course this had to happen with, it is care credit. Of course this had to happen with the cat that I don't want, right? It couldn't be a cat that I was invested in. It had to be one that it's not that I don't want her. It's that like I said, it's that I can't keep her, right? And so it feels astonishingly bad to be this person on the internet who, yes, I understand that we're, that not everybody sees this as a quid pro quo, and probably anybody who does is anybody who sees my particular like Patreon / etc. as a quid pro quo has got another thing coming. Like, I don't know what to tell you. If you think that this is a put money in, get a specific thing out sort of relationship, you're just not paying attention, because I have never done that. This is a throw money at me for a stochastic possible outcome that might or might not happen, and that's how it's always been. And so I know I probably don't need to worry about it, about anything being a bad look in that regard. But it's still something I think about all the fucking time, because come on, I'd be stupid not to think like, am I pushing it too far?
10 donation. Don't feel too bad. Shout money problems. At least you're not like me and play Warhammer.
that is true. Thank you for the $10. I heard that they're working on some new treatments, like a sort of like an RNA based thing that's supposed to help, but it's still all just experimental. So with any luck, you'll get into one of the trials. Sorry, I just want to say I feel like I sold that one way too well. I sounded way too sincere about that. I started the bit going like, what do I do with this one? Where was there any meat on this bone? And then by the end of it, I'm just like, oh God, oh no, I sound like I really believe this. No, Warhammer's rad, but boy howdy, what a fucking money sink, right? Ooh, wait, did I get that guy? No, I think I just got his gun. Is his name Annie? Anyway. Not Annie, Johnny. I'm conflating two different songs. Anyway, 40K vaccine. There's hope. I gotta get that sample from the. I gotta get that sample that they from that fucked up '50s drug commercial that Everclear used at the beginning of their song. Oh God, what was it? It was one of the songs off "So Much for the Afterglow" that just starts out with "For cases of difficult." Wait. Well, it was working. No, I don't think it's working anymore. Okay. It was just really funny that someone just left that there. Wait, the keys are in the ignition. What the fuck? Bro? You can't do that in this neighborhood. I'm the guy you gotta watch out for. But yeah, there's this great crunchy 50s ad quote that's like, what is it? For cases of difficult tension and nervous apprehension, scientists are now prescribing medicine. It makes those who feel like they're about to quit feel like it's time to begin again. It's just a and then there's just this bitchin' guitar riff. It's a fantastic opener to a song. Honestly, Everclear So Much for the Afterglow goes on several of my like best of lists for like, best track one, side one, best, final track, best, sample based, intro to a song, like just honestly like a multimedia adventure, that fucking album. Really amazing. Yeah, the chopper was a bad spawn. I think someone left it there. I think that was somebody who believed it was more injured than it actually was, which is extremely funny. But yeah, just to finish the thought, yeah, I don't think anybody is keeping track of like what their ROI is on contributing to me. I think probably I don't need to worry too bad about, oh God, have I produced enough product to justify this dollar amount? However, at the same time, you start to think about stuff like, oh yeah, that's the YouTuber who took $5,000 for a vet bill and then immediately got rid of the cat. And like, I don't know, it feels like the sort of thing where someone would hear it at a distance and then decide not to investigate the nuance. You get what I mean? Like, I've got my reasons, and I don't think I'm guilt tripping anybody here, right? None of the people actually giving me money are going to be offended by the situation. But it's the sort of thing where somebody who's looking for a reason to be mad at me would probably take that inch and run a mile with it, feels like. So you got to think about these things. And so I was a little nervous about the idea of, especially because this is what, my third fundraiser in 2 years, I want to say. I think that's true, right? Because there was the Pumbling, and then there was some damn other thing in there. I don't know, but yeah, I don't know. Like, there is the phenomenon, you know, we've seen this before, of the person who always seems to have another crisis they need paid for, and then you look into it and you start to think, I wonder how many of these crises actually happened. And again, it's the sort of thing that I don't think anybody starts looking at you that way unless you're otherwise being a prick, and they would like you to they'd like you to stop being a thing anyway. But at the same time,
50 donation. Sending pets 3.
50 donation. I will pet Udon and tell her that she has received $50. Daria, if she's with you, can you let her know that she just received $50? I think that'll fix it. Sorry, I just scrolled up Halogen Vintage Imaging regarding the Warhammer bit. Yeah. Sarah McLachlan music playing over a dude painting an orc. You don't have to suffer anymore. Okay, here's the problem with that scene. It's funny, right? It's a funny bit, but the problem is that all of those ads never show you the bad thing happening. So it's always like, if you're suffering from severe plaque psoriasis, but they never have a picture of what severe plaque psoriasis looks like.
Stream, you cannot even make page 3 of the internet personality news.
It's always like, here's a picture of what you would look like if the treatment we're promising worked, right? And so it can't be a guy painting an orc. It has to be a guy doing the opposite of painting an orc. And the problem is I'm not sure what that is. What is the opposite of Warhammer? We could say like football, but honestly, that feels tepid. That feels like wait, again, once again, somebody just like left a helicopter there, I think. Or maybe he was fixing it? I don't know. I'm gonna get under this truck. This looks safe. The opposite of war isn't peace, it's creation. I learned that from Rent. A lot of Warhammer guys also lift weights. Yeah, that's the problem, right? Is it like, oh my god, oh no! Who did I? Oh, I got RPG'd. Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah, the trouble is that, like, we very much live in an era where the old jokes about, you know, what makes you a pathetic nerd, you know, even if self-directed, don't really play anymore, especially when we're talking about, like, if you use, like, oh, you know, sports. Well, but here's the thing, though, is, like, John Boyes has successfully turned an enormous number of us into fucking baseball nuts. And so that doesn't really work, right? And just, you know, it used to be that we were sufficiently, like, siloed here on the internet that you just couldn't see the people who, you know, had lives in addition to doing absurd nerd shit. But now it's, yeah, you know, pick whatever you want, pick whatever pastime that you used to feel embarrassed about, and I'll show you somebody who's doing that and also doing a bunch of like ordinary ass bro jock shit. You know, the stereotypes just don't work anymore. We got too much intersectional, you know, hobbyism now. Ow. Oh my god, I was gonna RPG him, but he RPG'd me. I have this theory, and I may have, combine and recombine passions until you have a brand. That's a good one, Vesio. God, that's a pretty good bit. You made me lose my train of thought, but it was kind of worth it, so... Oh, right. I may have espoused this opinion on the last stream. I feel like I did. But just to reiterate, I have this theory that at some point people are going to start trying to characterize John Boyes as being as having basically interfered with the gatekeeping of sports as an interest, right? I mean, just to cut to the like, they're going to characterize it in a bunch of bullshit ways. But what it's going to come down to is, no, you let the nerds come in and enjoy our thing that was ours. You know, the same as anybody.
Honestly, as an Indextron member, I'm a little disappointed. I really love your content. I've enjoyed your opinions. I want to help, but all that was a lot.
Ghostline, I'm not exactly sure what you mean by that. Is that a bit or is that an actual complaint? If so, maybe send me an email and we'll discuss it, because I'm not sure what you're driving at. And hey, you know what? I mean, again, I don't like the idea of anybody supporting me on, if they have a wrong, if their idea of what our agreement here is different than mine, Every time anybody is signed up to my, anytime anybody signs up for my stuff, I just think to myself, like, man, do they expect more from me than
for the cats?
than
And I will
I'm
have a
willing
pint
to
of
deliver.
the brownest, warmest, finest English beer barkeep.
But nobody ever seems to say
And
yes.
where's
Every
my
time
helicopter parked?
Oh,
I am sure I left it here somewhere.
thank you. Sorry, I didn't quite hear the TTS at first. But yeah, like, there's got to be somebody out there. Maybe it's Ghostline, I don't know. But there's got to be somebody out there who genuinely is getting a little sick of me not delivering more than I am. And my response to that is just like, fine, I understand that. There's other people that are more directly quid pro quo. If that's what you want, then go do it. Because the last thing I want out of this is a scenario where all of a sudden someday a bunch of creeping resentment comes to a head and a bunch of people go, now hang on a second, we were giving you X amount of time, hoping you were going to get it together, and then you didn't get it together. And I'm like, no, I'm never getting it together. This is what I am. I'm always going to be like this. I'm always going to be having crises. I'm always going to be fucking this up. I'm never going to be delivering on a schedule. This is how I'm going to be doing this until it's no longer viable, until people are no longer willing to pay me to do it exactly this way. And the thing is, I would never have set those as the terms in the first place. And in fact, I tried to set different ones and then discovered that I can't deliver on them. I can't deliver jack shit. I am just not capable of doing anything on time or on a schedule. I mean, it's why I was having a hard time holding down a job. I got one where, thanks to a confluence of weird events that I could not have replicated, I ended up getting treated as some sort of weird, genius problem solver, and that gave me a lot of latitude. But other than that, like, they pink slipped me 3 times and put me on pips, and I almost lost that job. And the same was true with every job I've ever had. I've been nearly fired from every job I've ever had because I just cannot do what I am told to do. I just can't do it. And that's the thing, right? Is like, on the one hand, I think okay, all right. So I want to be clear that I think this person's probably a shitlord, and their joke is probably pretty gross. But I did get got by the guy in fucking BF6 chat who just said plainly that kill was racially motivated. Like, I'm sure that dude's white and he sucks. However, saying it like that was pretty funny. I don't know. Maybe he's not white. Maybe he doesn't suck. I guess that'd be you know what? Maybe that is the equivalent of me saying like that kill was homophobic, which is a joke that I would make. So let's actually all pretend that that's what's going on there. A PIP is a performance improvement plan. That's when work tells you, here are the things that here are the things you're fucking up, and you have 14 days to stop fucking them up. You have not cleared this many tickets. You have clocked in late this many times, etc. You're given a, basically, if you're about to get fired based on metrics, they give you a set of metrics for you to formally hit or not hit, at the end of which you are fired or not fired. It is a contract to keep your job. And it happens primarily in office environments, but there's probably similar things everywhere, I would guess, just not usually called that. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and turn off in-game chat because, okay, yeah, these people are definitely bigoted. I gave the BF6 in-game community a lot of slack. We've done 4 streams now and nobody has been racist in chat, and then it happened. And we knew that was going to happen. Anyway, I was, however, going to address something here. Yeah. Mario, I saw your message about losing your partner. I am so sorry to hear that. I've been through it before, and I would like to tell you, let's not get into the nitty-gritty here, but I would like to tell you that, yes, it's hard, and it's not going to get easier in the sense that the things that you're struggling with, the gaps in your life, no, they're never quite going to get filled. And I think that part of recovering has to do with accepting that. That's how it went for me. But it, it's the same thing anybody who's lost anybody knows. Is like you're never going to have somebody to replace that person. You're going to have someone to replace that person's function in your life, but the hole is always going to be there. And you can recover from that. It can stop being agonizing all the time. But for a while, and yeah, for probably at least that long after I lost my my first boyfriend, I remember the experience of my brain not knowing how to reason, because the standard process of like interpreting any piece of information was, okay, I think about it, then I take it to my boyfriend and ask him what he thinks of it, and then together we could, we add that up and come up with a conclusion. And since he wasn't there anymore, there was just this gap in the middle of the process, and I couldn't do things. I couldn't function. But I did recover, and it took a while, and it was weird, and I was not the person... I was never again the person that I was when I was with him, or the person I was before I met him, but I did become another person, and one that was functional. And so there's hope. You don't need to know, you don't need me to tell you that, right? That part is, that's just pabulum, right? That's, you won't feel better, not about this topic, but you'll be more functional eventually. It will happen. Most likely it usually does. And you just got to hold out hope for that. And all I can say is I feel humbled deeply every time somebody says that anything that I'm doing helps with something like that, because having been in it, yeah, I know the stuff that you do with your time when you're trying to recover from the unrecoverable, right? When you've experienced a tragedy that's so bad that like nothing will make it okay, you always bury yourself in something. And it's nice when that something is actually has some value rather than just being, have a good night, Mitch. It's nice when that thing actually has some intrinsic value rather than just being like a baby mobile, something to, lights and colors to dangle in front of yourself to distract yourself, right? I'll tell you, like, for instance, I've been having a really hard time lately, and with a number of things, and I started watching Tasting History with Max Miller, and you know what? I used to be sort of middling on that guy. I thought his presentation style was a little sterile and whatnot, but I needed something, and it was there, and I started watching his stuff, and after a few episodes, judged him. Oops. Okay, so the stream's probably going to crash. Okay, there we go. All right, so Adhorn appropriately. So I'm going to explain what went on there. Not that I fully understand what went on there, but basically, there's this problem in BF6 on my computer. I don't know what it is. Weapon. I don't know what it is, but periodically when I'm playing BF6, usually at a transition point between levels or servers or whatever, it'll just hang the entire game, and it seems to be like putting my graphics card into an infinite loop or something, because it'll hang all other GPU-related processes on the machine. And this is actually what killed the stream several streams back. The reason I lost the stream and had to restart it several times. It was doing that, but I didn't realize that I didn't need to reboot the computer. All I had to do was hit Alt F4 and give it 30 seconds, and it would actually successfully close the game, and everything would bounce back. And also I learned that I can turn off auto stop for the stream. So even if I have to reboot or something, you should not see a new stream URL this time around, because I made preparations for this. Anyway, I don't know why the game is doing this. It does it randomly. We're probably gonna have it 4 or 5 more times before the stream's over. Hopefully it's not too bad. Have a good night, Dead Insects. Mitch, I'm really glad to hear that too. And I'm gonna discuss a couple topics real quick before I restart the stream here.
Goodbye.
Or before I restart the game here, but just to finish my thought, because I don't know how much of what I was saying you heard. When I was having a hard time recently, I started watching Tasting History with Max Miller, and I had seen his videos before, but they always put me off a little bit because of his production style. This is very much a thing where, like, this is the Install Shield Wizard background. Yes, I generated it manually in Photoshop. It was very painstaking, but yes, it's supposed to be the Install Shield Wizard background. But this is very much like, my feelings on that guy's videos are very much a artist judging artist sort of thing, because I suspect nobody other than somebody who makes stuff like this themselves would give a shit about the stuff that bothers me about it. It's like, I wish you would stop using a ring light. Come on, man, just get yourself a couple of the same old cob lights with soft boxes that everybody else uses. Okay, step your shit up. But I was prejudging his work based on that, I think, because I started watching it and again, I thought he had sort of a sterile style the first few times I watched his videos, but because I was sad, I just pounded my way through like 8 or 10 of them, and by the time I was getting to like number 9, I'm like, this is just good. This guy's doing like a tight 15 to 30 on each of these topics. It's well written. He's way more concise than I am, and I think that's a value. There's information here, and I don't think he's full of shit when it comes to his opinions on the food, because he's willing to say when it's actually crap. And that's a big thing with people who do food reviews. I don't remember where it was, and these are not my opinions. This is somebody else's opinion. Okay, I'm not married to this one. This is just something somebody else said that I have not validated. But there was somebody, I think, in a YouTube video or a Twitter thread, this was years ago, who said that they didn't like Japanese daytime television because a common thing on there is that they would like send a correspondent out to some like food cart or whatever, or some store making like a novelty food, and every single time that they tasted it, the reaction was a cookie cutter, like a machinima, animation playing out, precisely the same as thank you, Wiggles, thanks for coming. I'll probably be streaming in a few hours. Every single time the reaction is that it was either delicious or incredibly delicious, and it just gets to a point where you're like, no, you don't have any opinions on this. And look, it's daytime TV, right? I don't think it'd be any different here. And I thought that guy was full of shit, right? Because a lot of the opinions that he gave, I'm just like, you're watching daytime television. Have you ever done that in America? It's pretty fucking bad, man. But I did see a bunch of other people, commenting that, yeah, this is a thing with like Japanese television, any show dealing with food. There's never any opinion other than it's either incredible or incredibly incredible. And this is a huge problem with all cooking content, right? I don't remember who the guy was, and I don't want to dunk on him anyway. It was just somebody somewhere. It stuck in my head because it's like, yeah, I had noticed that about like what little Japanese TV I'd seen. But again, I think I was just watching shit that was intended for housewives. What do you expect it to be like? The same shit here, right? But anyway, it sucks to watch a person like cook a recipe. This happens with Townsend's, right? I don't trust Townsend's very much. Oishi, there it is. Sorry. On the YouTuber side, we're talking about Max Miller, Parker. Tasting history with Max Miller. Oh, it just started raining. Oh, yeah, it's coming down out there. Oh, delightful. Oh, the rain's been wonderful. Yeah, I mean, right. I want to see a cooking show where the cook tastes the food and then says they fucked it up. And if you want to see that, it's no problem. We have that, and it's Anti-Chef. Anti-Chef is my idea of a cooking program. What's the name of his program? Jamie and Julia. I mean, was that the name? Yeah. Anti-Chef Jamie and Julia, where the guy just does recipes from Julia Child's cookbooks, and he screws them up all the time, right? Not infrequently. And he'll try stuff, and he's just like, wow, that's not very good. Or he'll try it and say like, oh, I didn't quite get that right. Or, oh, wow, I really screwed this up. And in some cases, he fails completely, and he's willing to put it all on the page. And this is something that when people talk about like, what value YouTube brings, I'm like, nobody has ever had the nads to put something like this on real television. Nobody will do this unless it's going to be some ridiculous MTV to fuck reality TV show thing where the failures are fake, where they're like, blown up, and then we get an interview and they're like, it's the fucking Office camera angle interview, and they're like, I really thought it was going to be better than it was, but fucking, my assistant had to sabotage me, sort of bullshit, right? You cannot put something this honest on TV because nobody in the studio, nobody in the network is willing to broadcast it when they don't know months ahead of time what you're going to broadcast, right? So the idea that, and I can't remember his name, but Jamie from Anti-Chef, the idea that he sets out to make an episode and does not know how that episode is going to turn out is something that real television cannot tolerate. They'll never do it. They will not permit actual spontaneity. Everything must be planned. And so I love that sort of program. And I will say that, there's more positivity there's a little more positivity, I think, in what I've seen of Max Miller's stuff. The difference, I think, is that an interesting, he has a lot of videos, right? And I've only been through maybe 40 or 50 so far. And I've been watching like the wartime cooking videos. They're like, here's what people ate in World War II, World War I, the Civil War, that sort of stuff. And the thing about those is that an awful lot of it is just ordinary food, right? It's either, here's what they cooked for this general or emperor or whatever, and it's just normal food. It's roast chicken, right? That's just a little bit different because of the spices they had available and the techniques they used. Or it's, here's what they ate in the trenches in such and such war, which is always an attempt to make home-style food, right? You go back and look at what Townsend's is doing, and a lot of the stuff that he does on that channel is questionable. It's things that sound like they wouldn't be very good because we don't make anything like them anymore. But he always seems to say that it's good with one exception. I can think of one exception, which is it was like a cake that used like 4 sticks of butter. And he's like, this is probably not going to be very good. And then it wasn't very good. But I think that guy's full of shit. I think a lot of the time he tastes the stuff and he thinks that's disgusting. And then he polishes it up for the audience. Because like what they're selling there is like, my understanding is the channel's not the product. I don't think the videos are the product. I think it's advertising for some other thing that they do. I think they sell. So they have some sort of storefront that sells some sort of physical product, and I think the whole thing is advertising for that. And so, it doesn't feel very honest to me. But even though like most of Max Miller's stuff that he tries, he ends up liking, when you look at the recipe, you're like, yeah, okay, that sounds good. And if you do a decent job of it, then it's going to come out fine, right? I watched this video on the Chef Boyardee. The original Chef Boyardee spaghetti recipe before it became a canned product. And he described a couple things that I thought sounded good. And I told Daria I wanted to make it. But we reviewed the recipe and we both had the same thought, which is this is just a meat sauce. This is a quick meat sauce. You know, if you're making a meat sauce, there's a couple different ways to do it. Some take longer than others, but this is basically you pulverize some tomatoes, you throw some Italian herbs in there, you put some beef in there. It's just a meat sauce, right? The thing that was primarily interesting about it was that the last step before you put the sauce on the pasta is that you put butter on the pasta, which I've never done with pasta that's going to be sauced. And then you add shake Parmesan, like powdered Parmesan, to the pan and stir it into the pasta. Then you serve it. And I'm like, that's interesting. And so ultimately, like, it was perfectly serviceable spaghetti. And I thought the spaghetti and the butter, I thought the Parmesan and the butter on the noodles enhanced them. But it was just it could have come down to, hey, next time you make spaghetti, put butter and Parmesan on the noodles first, right? That was the only delta that I noticed. Oh, other than the spaghetti sauce did contain carrots, which was interesting. And I think I want to say he had some background because he's really good at including context for the things that do seem strange. And I love his formula. I think his formula is fantastic. I didn't get it at first. Like, I didn't grok what he was doing, but every video contains define the recipe, then do a chunk of related and semi-related history that's not even necessarily about the food itself, but just gives you context, and then taste the food. And it's A, B, C every single time. It's an excellent formula. Like, as a formula haver, I really respect it. It works really well. And so once I started to grok what he was doing, I started enjoying it a lot more. And like I said, you know, periodically he will make something that is a little more out there, and he tries it, and he says that's not good. And one example was I watched the one he did with it was a Spam loaf with like herb cream cheese filling, I think. And I just hang on, I have the picture. I have the picture here. I saved a screenshot of this, of his reaction, because I was thinking of, I don't know where I was going to use this. Where the fuck did I put this? Oh, here it is. Yeah. He tastes this fucking Spam loaf, and just instantly you see this, that ain't it, kid. That ain't it. It was not good. And I swear, he went into it with the best of intentions. He was 100%. I like Spam, but not raw Spam that's been mixed with like over-seasoned cream cheese and then chilled, okay? I'll eat a raw slice of Spam, all right? I'll do that, but not like that. That ain't it, kid. Look at the sadness. Look at the exhaustion in his eyes. This is a man who's been injured. This poor fellow. Anyway, so yeah, but a Shaggy Dog story. But the point is that I liked that, you know, even if I had prejudged his channel and found it more wanting than perhaps I should have, you know, if that was unfair of me. When I did get around to watching it properly, I found that it wasn't just filler. It was something genuinely good. I think he does great work. I think he's a really cool presenter. And I am humbled that I'm humbled by the number of times that people have basically said, like, I use your videos to cope, and also they're actually good. You know, like, for me, I'm like, no, I get the cope part. That's fine. But the part where you're saying they're actually of value, that's okay. You know, look, you said it, I didn't. I'm not that self-deprecating, you know, but like, I'm just saying, I'm glad that I'm not just a comforting voice, right? I'm something more than that. But I always do feel like, boy, I better not let people down. Blue Feb 95. That sounds right. That sounds right. Sorry, I just got an IM. Anyway, But yeah, Mario, best of luck. I'd say I hope you get through it, but based on the track record of humans, I think you probably will. So stay strong. You'll get through it. Let's talk about another couple things before we go back to the video game here, because I do want to do more video games. First off, let's address the fact that there was a dog show apparently recently. I think it was actually like a week ago. I didn't know about it. It was the Westminster Dog Show, and I found out about it last night when I received a link to pardon me. I received a link to what appeared to be a live broadcast, but was actually a rerun that's been like running on Fox Sports indefinitely. But I watched it, and it was breathtaking. Here's one of the pictures I took. I thought this was very strong. In fact, every single dog at the event was incredible. I was thinking about how I've tuned into dog shows before and cat shows, and they're always ugly as sin. Like every like competition dog or cat is this horrible, misbegotten wretch that's been bred like for maximum ugliness. We all know the story, the rich people, they breed them to look like themselves, blah, blah, blah. All the jokes about that, but it doesn't matter. The point is, like, they're always ugly as sin. And I'm like, well, okay, I don't hate them, but I don't wish to look at them. And then you watch this thing, and every single one of them is perfect. They're all flawless. If you are not just overtly anti-dog, in which case, don't tell me that you are. I don't want to hear. Don't ask, don't tell. Then I recommend that you go look this up and watch this. It's still, I think, being streamed on repeat. It is just a pure joy. Let's show a couple other outtakes from the event. Here's one. I don't remember which dog this was. This was not. I think this is the one that won. Like, by the way, it turns out that the like heavyweight, welterweight, etc. Well, they do lengths. I think maybe it's heights. Sorry. So there's a 10-inch class. There's an 8-inch class for the little dogs. There's a 14-inch class and like a 20-inch class. And this one, I think this is the dog that. Oh, wait, I have another picture here. Here we go. Here we go. This is Vanish, a border collie who won the 16-inch class in agility. Look at them. Absolutely flawless, no notes. Okay, that's a dog. All right. If you're going to have a dog, that's the way to do it. Just look at the ears. Look at the size of the fucking ears, right? Gargantuan, as they should be. And I also love the fact that they, I know that they're doing a bit here where they've got like a rope toy and they're holding it with the prize, but it does very much look like the dog's just like, fuck yeah, give me that ribbon, let's go. Another thing that happened later, which was very exciting, was this. This occurred. That is, I want to say a toy poodle, though I could be wrong. I'm probably wrong about that. But they have, in fact, dyed its tail, and it was incredible. I've never seen this done before. Great idea. They also were very fast. I don't remember if they won anything, but just really, really maximum quality there. What else we got? I have this one, and I didn't get a name on this dog. They just appeared on the screen for a moment. I thought, wow, great. But let's see where I have to go find. There's a right. I saved a couple other pictures, important images, which I do need to show you, but I have to dig them out of somewhere where I put them. So in the meantime, let me show you the animation. This is the animation they had. You know how like in golf or whatever, they'll have like a course overview? Well, this is how they did it here. This is an overview of a little obstacle course that they have them run. And I just love the fact that they put this. It's 3D, by the way. This is a 3D object. So as the thing rotated,
30 donation.
Oh,
Get well soon, Udon. 3 best to you and your partner as well.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it. We'll make sure that Udon receives your $30. So yeah, I thought I want this object. I want this. I want this on like Thingiverse. But it has to glow. It has to glow just like this in real life. Also, of course, they did not animate the dog as they sped through the course. Okay, here we go. I didn't take a lot of pictures as things were going on, but yes, here we go. I do have a couple images that will illustrate. Oh, right. No, I did have one of these already. Okay. So this is the dog that won the 20-inch class, and her name is Shelby Cobra. And this dog brought it in like nobody's business. She was an absolute... I mean, look at her, right? Look at this. I don't need... Good one, Cirrus Hill. 20-inch class television. Yeah, we measured dogs and televisions this way, nothing else. Shelby Cobra nearly got edged out. Like there was harsh competition, but she absolutely obliterated the class. This is also her. I showed this earlier. I forgot. This is not her this year. This was her last, like in February. Sorry. This time I should. This is her in February, where she also took it the fuck home. This dog does not come to lose. Okay. She is fast. She is agile. She does not make mistakes. She does not get distracted. This is a problem. They had several dogs who would like run up to the top of the seesaw or the A-frame and then freeze, going like, oh, wow, look at that. Because that's the only moment. They're surrounded by a cheering audience, right? But this is the only moment where they go, oh, wait, there's like 400 people out there. I like people, right? Yeah, exactly. This dog is like they got to shoot her up with like the juice from The Expanse that makes it possible for you to tolerate high G's, because she is pulling. Look, you can see her weight shifting, right? Just, you can hear like the bullet noise whizzing past your ear. So I just want to say that I'm gonna get posters of Shelby Cobra. Shelby Cobra is my sports hero. Okay. As far as I'm concerned, this is the Westminster Dog Show. I think, is that all they call it?
50 donation, Idon.
That's true. You know what? That's very true. I assume that was supposed to be a cat emoji, and the TTS just didn't know what the fuck to do with it. Westminster Kennel Club Dog Show, I believe, is it? And I think that they do have. Okay, yeah. So they do have like the conventional ugly dog show for people to bring their nasty ass royalty breeds. Sorry to the dogs, just you know what I'm saying. But this was apparently specifically the agility show. So that's the other. The other thing I should point out is that they had a series. I'm not going to stream it. I could go get it and put the video in the chat, or in the stream here, but I think I'd probably get popped by Fox Sports. So, you should go look this up. Westminster Agility Dog Show should get you what you're looking for. But they had a whole succession of like very exotic breeds, like dogs I had not seen before. They had new types of dog dropped during, like when they do like a game awards show and then they release the trailers of the new games, and sometimes the new games themselves actually get released during the award show. You're like, whoa, I came here to see what last year's games were all about. But instead, now there's right, exactly. New dogs were released during this show. There were some top tier animals in there that I had never seen before, and I can't recommend enough that you go check it out. It will heal your wounds, okay? Because here's the thing, none of them look like they don't want to be there, right? Like every one of these dogs looks like they are having the time of their fucking life. Even when they fuck up, you're like, wow, you know what? They're not disappointed. They can only experience the thrill of victory, not the agony of defeat. This is perfect, right? And it's not like a dog race where you think like, wow, there's a really good chance that about a third of the way through that they would really like to stop. I don't think that's true for greyhounds necessarily, but maybe, we don't know. I'm sure the owners wouldn't be pleased with that and would make sure that doesn't happen. So here they're moving at like a pretty reasonable pace, and I think everything they're doing is something a dog wants to do. So I am all for it, and I had a blast watching it. And yeah, look at Shelby Cobra. Look at Shelby Cobra. You can't get a dog to do this because you want them to. That's the thing, right? It's like, yeah, like if I do this junk, I get food. They did get treats before and after. And I think that I just think they exert probably 1,000th the calories they would at a race. So anyway, so yeah, that was really good. Shelby Cobra, everybody. Blue ribbon winner 2025 Westminster Kennel Dog Agility race. The other thing I wanted to address, because I don't know if you're still here, but I saw somebody ask this earlier, and I figure I should explain it. Somebody asked what the hell this was in the thumbnail for the video, and it occurred to me that, yeah, I guess maybe some of you were not running in the circles I was in 2004. Yeah. Oh, there it is. What's the reference? I can't remember who I'm thinking of, but yeah, some of you get it and some of you need an explanation. That is the OICW. And the OICW, otherwise known as the Objective Individual Combat Weapon, was an initiative that I believe actually applied to several different firearms that were attempted in I want to say this started in like 1993 or something like that. I'm going to tell you what I think I remember about it. Weapon. I'm going to tell you what I think I remember about it. This is straight off the dome. I have not Googled this in quite some time. And a lot of the information came either from video games, because there were actually a couple of video games that featured this. I think Soldier of Fortune 2 was the most prominent one. And like world.guns.ru, which was wrong. If you were a boy or thought you were in 2003 on the internet, and you were anywhere in the vicinity of video games, you were probably also on world.guns.ru, devouring every page on there. And yeah, just a lot of it was just wrong. So I'm going to tell you what I think I remember, but take it with a grain of salt. So the idea with the OICW, as I recall, is that what you're seeing there is two guns, right? You might be familiar with the phenomenon of the M203 grenade launcher, which is you get an M4 rifle and then you attach an M203 on the bottom, and it is just a little tiny baby grenade launcher. And so you slide it open, you stick the shell in there, you close it, you pull the trigger, and it just fires a single grenade, right? There's no magazine or anything like that. So it's like an M79 single shot grenade launcher, except that it's literally bolted onto the bottom of your normal gun, so that you don't have to carry two different firearms and switch between them. And so the M203 has been around for eons, and I'm inferring here, I think there are a couple problems with it. One being that you can't sight it effectively, and with the increasing use of urban combat, as we went through the 90s in particular, I think that they were really having a problem with not being able to get direct fire on anybody, and so explosives were really important. Increasingly important. And so the idea with the OICW is, if I understand correctly, that it basically swaps the value of the two weapons. This is a grenade launcher with an assault rifle bolted to the bottom of it, instead of the other way around. And so the bottom half, which as you can see is quite diminutive compared to the rest, but if you think about it, that really is about the size of the functional components of an M4, is basically just a 223 rifle, though I don't know what gun it's based on. From the exposed bolt, it's definitely not an AR pattern. It has what looks like a Heckler & Koch trigger group on it because of the red markings, among other things. But I don't recognize that configuration. That receiver is fucking weird. So I don't know where they started with it. I want to say that H&K was working on this variant of the OICW, so it would make sense. But I don't take my word for it. Look it up. In any case, though, the rifle portion is fairly normal, but the top half is a magazine-fed, semi-automatic, computerized air burst grenade launcher. And the idea is that big module on the top is a telescopic sight that contains something like a red dot, like a semi-silvered red dot mirror in it, and if the way that this was illustrated in video games is accurate, and I don't know that it was, but what you would do is you would point the scope the crosshairs and the scope at whatever you wanted to blow up. Like, there's some guys behind a building, right? So you point at the building, you press a button, you see the guy's finger is on there's like 3 white buttons on the trigger guard there. You'd press that button, and it would use a laser rangefinder to get the distance to that object. Then you'd press the button below it to move that distance forward a few meters at a time. So you hit the front of the house with the laser. Then you think, well, the house is probably about, 30, 40 feet deep. So we push another, 30 or 40 feet forward. And then a dot appears in the scope. And you lift the rifle. You pitch the rifle up, and that dot stays in the same spot. So you bring the crosshairs up to it. And when the crosshairs align with the dot, that's your trajectory. So it calculates a firing solution dynamically based on the selected range. And then, and again, I don't remember if this part is true or I don't remember if this part is true or if this was a video game thing, or if they planned on doing this but never did it. But I believe it is also supposed to then program the shell with a fuse timer set based on the travel time, because the muzzle velocity of the grenade is a known value, and so the computer can go, well, to get there with this arc is going to take 3.5 seconds. So it sets the timer for 3.2, and that causes it to airburst right before it would otherwise impact. And as we know, airburst shells are much more effective. So the idea is that for the soldier, this allows you to basically pitch a 40 millimeter grenade rapidly behind any obstruction at a moment's notice without even thinking. And how much of that was ever truly delivered versus the grenade knows where it is. I don't know how much this was delivered, how much of this was fantasy, how much was video game stuff. What I do know is that they abandoned it for a whole mix of reasons, and some of them were that it's just overkill. It's just have a guy in your squad with a typical grenade launcher. We have a number of options for that. And frankly, why bother being that precise? Just obliterate the whole fucking building, right? You're either going to do that. You're either ruthless enough to just obliterate the whole fucking building, or you're not. In which case, you just want to, go in and get the guys with bullets anyway, right? Yeah, and right, yeah. Look how fucking big it is. I don't know why it's so big. That's the thing. You can make a 40 millimeter semi-automatic grenade launcher rifle much smaller than that. I don't know why it's so big. Part of it might just be the fact that it was a prototype, right? And if you look up pictures of this thing, there are a lot of different pictures illustrating different versions of it. This is just one. This never got built. This is not a real thing. There were prototypes only, and several different approaches to them. So, it makes sense that the next thing we got was the XM8, right? Where they just calmed the fuck down. The XM8 I think was also a bad idea. I think that also, and it was also an H&K, I believe. But this is a lot closer to, look, we need to update our rifle, right? But yeah, that's the thing, right? Adenode, is that for a brief period, I swear the OICW showed up in a good 20 different games. And again, like Soldier of Fortune 2 was my go-to for it because it was fully functional. Let me verify that. Fortune 2 OICW. That was in there, right? Yep. And it was a big chunky bastard in that game too. Let me see. Does anybody have a screenshot of what the scope looked like? No, I don't think so. If it were up to me, I would probably just fire the game up, put in some cheat codes, and show you how it works. But that game is actually really hard to run because it's a Quake 3 based game, which is super janky on modern computers, and there's no source port for it. But anyway, suffice to say, oh God, okay, Toast Points. We're doing a gun stream now. Sorry, everyone. Disclaimer, I am against war. And generally speaking, the personal ownership of firearms, which usually results in more harm to you and your loved ones than to the people you're supposedly afraid of. Anyway, disclaimer. Sorry, I had a stroke there for a moment. I'm back. Anyway, so the jackhammer, the Pancor jackhammer. This again, anybody who is not on world.guns.ru is not going to know about this. So I'm just going to go ahead and all right. The Pancor fucking jackhammer is one of the funniest guns ever made. So, oh God, let's not talk about the G11. Good Lord Almighty, the fucking G11. Caseless ammo is hilarious, bro. We smoked the whole bullet over it. We smoked the whole shell over here. So the Pancor jackhammer is dumb for a whole mix of reasons. So what this is one weirdo who's like trying to be the Clive Sinclair of guns. We've had a few of those, but anyway, invented this thing, and what it is it is a semi-automatic shotgun where the ammo is in that round thing at the back, and so this is what's called a bullpup design, where it puts the magazine and the magazine behind the grip, which means that the chamber is above it, which considerably shortens the gun while still giving you a very long barrel. And there's so much that's weird about it, right? One of the problems is, you see that weird zigzag pattern on the thing on the back? So that drum is the magazine. And the way this works is when you fire, the recoil force or gas, I don't remember which, drives the bolt backwards. And it has a peg which engages with those slots. And so it by cam action, it causes it to, when the bolt slams backwards, it rotates the drum halfway. And then when it comes forward, it rotates it the rest of the way into the next position. Like a click pen, yeah. There are a number of problems with this approach. For one thing, why? There's just no reason. There's no reason at all. This accomplishes nothing. The last gun that worked like this was the fucking Webley. Like the fucking British revolver thing. Like, no. There's just no reason. But the other thing is that it's still gas operated or recoil operated. I don't remember which. And hang on.
Weapon.
What's the USAS 12? Here, we already had that. Here, this is the USAS 12. This existed before the jackhammer, and it's basically just an M16 that takes shotgun shells. There's no reason not to do this. It's free real estate. Like, I don't know. Maybe there's issues. Maybe it's the case that the jackhammer could theoretically work with weaker shells that don't have as much powder. And also there is something to the idea that shotgun shells produce less. Yeah, this is a Daewoo, I believe. Shotgun shells, I think, produce less blowback, less gas pressure because they don't obturate the barrel. Meaning that as the shot is going down the barrel, the gas is just blowing around it, right? So it's hard to get an effective gas cycle off of it. However, bam, here's that, right? It works. But more importantly, let me just... somebody already knows what I'm going to bring up. Somebody here already knows what I'm going to bring up. Browning Auto 5. For Christ's sake. For Christ's sake. This gun right here is ancient. This is from, the early 20th century? No, 1895. This is a semi-automatic shotgun from 1895. Now, I'm going to tell you, again, disclaimer, I don't own any guns, but I have shotguns before, including shotguns. And I once knew somebody who owned one of these and a farm, and I was given carte blanche to do whatever I wanted with it, and I was young. And so I took this out to a safe spot, and I one-handed it. I held it at arm's length, and I started firing it with one hand, not shouldered. And you know what? It worked. Which is weird, because this is recoil operated, so it really shouldn't. The fact that I couldn't resist effectively, it seems odd that it worked. But yeah, that should give you an idea how easy this problem is to solve. You don't need to build a weird fucking cam system, okay? It's just a gun. we already solved the problem of gun. We've had semi-automatic guns for eons. And yeah, that's the other thing, right, is that the Benelli M4, the Spaz 12, the Spaz fucking 12 for Christ. This is something that always bugs me. The Spaz 12 is the famous shotgun from movies. You've seen it before. Everybody knows the Spaz 12. The problem is that every time you see this gun being used in, every time you see this gun being used in a movie, they're always cocking it, right? You don't. It's semi-automatic. You can cock it. There's a lever. There's a switch you can rotate to put it in manual operation mode, but that's only for use with like specialized ammunition that uses a short load for some reason, breaching shots, blanks, things like that. So you would there's no point. You would not buy a Spaz 12 in order to use it in manual mode. That's something where you would load it up with ordinary shells, and then you would put it in manual mode, open the breech, manually load like a breaching shell, close it, use it one time, and then go back to semi-auto mode. There's no reason to do it like that, except that for some reason, even the American public with their fetish for guns have never gotten the message that shotguns are not only semi-automatic now, but have been for a very long time. Somebody mentioned the Benelli M4 earlier. That's yet another model. So there are so many approaches to semi-automatic shotguns that do not involve this bizarre shit. But what gets worse is that, and again, this was on World Guns Rue. I don't know if I'm going to look this up, actually, because this one sounds so fake. Because supposedly, the thing that I had heard was that you couldn't reload the magazines. That you could reload the thing by taking the magazine out, putting another one in, but that reloading the individual magazines was not possible. You had to like ship them back like a fucking Kodak brownie. And I don't know if that's actually true. That does not seem truthy, but also, again, it was made by a whack job. And just, I don't know why. It was made in 1984. All this other stuff existed already. Yeah. Weird. And it never was produced. It was never produced. It didn't fail. It never existed. This is not a real gun. This is a prototype, just like the fucking OICW. This is something that the thing you're seeing here would never have been marketed. Nobody ever would have received one of these. This is something that was made in a tool room. So, the OICW is not real. It can't hurt you. No, I mean it. Literally. I have Airwolf. There is no better description of what I am trying to tell you than what I just said. It's not real and it can't hurt you. But don't worry, you can be hurt by many other things that are real. We've got that one on lock. But anyway, you asked, unfortunately, so there's your answer. Yeah, that's the other thing, right? Is the jackhammer looks like it is 1 million fucking pounds. The thing looks like it's 6 feet long. Right, yeah. We've given the graphics card time to get its shit together. It's Black Raven. Check the pinned message in chat. It's got the link. Wait, did it take tools to get the magazine out? Were you supposed to? Was it like a Civil War revolver? Were you supposed to reload it one shell at a time? Was that how that worked? Because I thought I had read at one point that it was that you had to replace the magazine on block, but that you couldn't reload them yourself. I don't remember. The fucking P90. I unlocked the P90 the last time I was playing this, and I didn't like it, unfortunately. Oh, the Dow 12. I always forget that existed. Oh, right. No, that's the Striker. Yeah, the Striker's the one that you reload one shell at a time, which is really funny. I'm not rolling shoddy in BF6 on account of I'm not rolling shoddy in BF6 on account of it's only available for the assault class, and I don't like the assault class. But one thing I do need to do, I need to check, do I have a new anti-vehicle mine? I'm checking to see if I have any new, that's interesting. I don't have any new gadgets. They don't really give you any, all right, that's the air-to-air missile. They don't really give you a lot of options. Oh, wait, they've got little grenades? I won't be taking that. They don't really give you a lot of options for switching, for switching, like, the types of weapons that you have. So, like, in the gadget category, I really wish that I had an anti-personnel mine, but they're not going to give me one because that's what... There's another class that's supposed to do that, right? I don't think that the jackhammer guy ever got around to solving the reload problem, because I think, and I have this feeling that at some point somebody told him, like, Jim, we already solved this. We have semi-automatic shotguns. Are you all right? And my guess is that he wasn't all right. My guess is that he was very much not all right. I think a lot of guys who decide they're going to go into business designing unique guns from scratch probably aren't well in a number of senses. The guy was a Korean War veteran, so maybe it just took somebody telling him, like, Bud, this is not a good way to cope. Don't cope by making a really stupid gun. I saw a man. Maybe I can see him again from over here. Well, I did blow that thing up. Oh, wait, no, I got him. I got his ass. There are fellows out there with anti-vehicle tank missiles, which I'm not a fan of. By the way, somebody asked, like, oh, there we go. Somebody asked many games ago why I had taken the RPG instead of the guided missile, and the answer is that the RPG can't get defeated by countermeasures. So, not everyone can be Gaston Glock. Okay, was that actually his name? Because unfortunately, the only thing I can think now is Gaston from Beauty and the Beast. 4 dozen eggs. Is that Beauty and the Beast, right? Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Toast Points is, we essentially solved guns quite some time ago. We don't need to really make new ones. We pretty much we got it, and we're just gonna keep doing this. Sorry, please hold. Nope, didn't pull up in time. You can take down the tower crane. Had somebody not done that yet? Yeah. Zorea, that's more or less what I read. That, like, yeah, the guy was just like, oh, we need better guns. And I guess he just didn't, like, go check to see if maybe there already were better guns. Because, I mean, he went to Korea, which was in the 50s, and he developed a jackhammer supposedly in the mid-80s. So what was he doing in the meantime? The whole time he didn't do any research, I guess. I don't know. Hey, look again. Who am I to criticize a guy's way of coping with the war, right? Oops. Ow! I don't like that. I don't like what's happening. I'm being shot by men. Well, presumably, they could be women. Oh no! Oh no! Flying low is not fixing it. Oh no. So, okay, I have not, this is more flying than I've ever done. He was vibe coding guns. Fucking hell. Good one, Ibanez, Mike. Fuck me. It makes me so, I'm sorry. We're not going to get into fucking AI, but it makes me so goddamn mad that vibe coding doesn't mean the thing it obviously should. Vibe coding is when you're just writing stuff that seems right, and like, yeah, this is I should probably put this number. I should probably use modulo here. Like, I think that's right. No. Apparently, vibe coding is when you just ask the fucking AI to do it. It's yet another condom for not actually doing any work. It makes me so goddamn mad. Ugh. Words have meanings, and sometimes they change, but sometimes we change them to worse ones. Fact. And I feel like I hear fellas all around me, but I'm not seeing them. Oh. Maybe that's above me? Let's go up and find out. I feel like we're being capped on right now. I think I just saw a fellow through the wall. They were supposed to patch that. Wow, that worked. My grenade won back this fucking cap point. By the way, a big old fucking patch just came out the other day, and I can already tell that yeah, there's some spacious rooms in that tower. Yeah, it's an office tower, right? So they'll subdivide the shit out of it. They released a big ol' patch the other day, and I have the feeling it's going to be the beginning of the end discourse, right? This is the first moment where people start saying, "Oh, the game's ruined now. They fucked it up with all the rebalancing." Because yeah, they changed a lot of things. But one of my favorite things, and I'm not going to say I told you so other times, but this time I'm going to say I told you so. You remember the thing I said where you can't have custom servers because all people are going to do is use them for fucking XP farming? Well, guess what they found out? They found out that all the custom servers were being used for XP farming. And so they had to come up with some weird new rules about what can and can't be a custom server, and So the thing you'll recall I said is the problem with a game like this is that you invited everybody to play it on the premise that they're going to make number go up. And so having set that as the tone right off the bat, you're not going to get people to play on servers if playing on those servers means the number doesn't go up. There's no point to that. Well, like, even if the problem that happens, and this is a phenomenon I've described many times before in different contexts, is that an issue with human beings is that once we learn that we can get, we don't like to get less. And so it's the same as, like, nobody wants to take a pay cut. It's really, 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 really hard to convince yourself to take a pay cut. Even if you hate your fucking job, now that you have that pay, you're going to adjust to it. You're going to normalize having that much income. And so it becomes very, very hard to say no to things that you wish you could say no to because you'll lose the fucking pay. And so, likewise, if you set somebody up in this game and go, okay, yeah, every time you kill guys, you're going to get points, and those points contribute towards a balance of whatever, whatever it is that whatever meta stuff you get for, whether it's weapons, whether it's, Jesus Christ, the AA on the enemy team is like really effective. That guy's bringing it home. Whether it's just the satisfaction of seeing your rank go up, or whether it's, getting weapons unlocked, or whatever it is, they have established that this is how we play this game. The game begins with earning XP in order to get ranks, in order to get this stuff, right? So by the time somebody has started playing the game normally, you've trained them to not want to play unless they are getting something for it, unless they're getting Monopoly money for it. And so to present the idea of, oh, well, we made we made these custom servers where you can play the game a little different, everyone's just going to look at that and go, that seems cool, but that's hours I'm spending in the game, my limited hours in life, where I'm not getting the Monopoly money. And so that is value lost. I could spend that time in a normal server, maybe enjoy the game anyway, but also I get Monopoly money for it. You can't say no to that. It's really, really hard. Maybe some people can, but not enough to support the development costs of maintaining this mode. because it's not free. You don't just make it once and then it's there. No, they have to keep updating it forever and ever and ever and looking for bugs and the whole 9 yards. And so I knew from the get-go that this was not going to work the way... It's not as simple as, oh, you can play these if you want. This is an expensive feature to maintain, and if it doesn't have a significant buy-in, they're going to cancel it. They're going to stop developing it because it's not worth the money, right? So it makes sense then that, first off, they couldn't just say, oh, well, you know, custom servers don't have ranks. Custom servers don't get XP, right? That seems like a solution. The problem is they'd be a ghost town. Nobody would be playing at all, guaranteed. Now, they couldn't have known that anybody was going to buy into this or not, right? It was a real uncertainty to begin with. But if they wanted any kind of fighting chance here, they had to try allowing XP, ranked play on these servers. But as expected, Johnny stuck gum to his desk, so they've got to take everyone's gum away. And to their credit, they're doing it piecemeal, right? They're not just immediately saying like, oh, you know, no more ranked play on servers, you fucked it up. No, they're saying like, okay, if your server matches these certain requirements, and one of them is that they can't be, I think it's that you can't, either you can't turn on or can't turn off bot backfilling. I can't remember what it is, but basically, whichever one it is, I think it's like if you're playing against bots, you don't get XP for killing them, right? And so the idea is, oh no, that's what it is. Because they're XP farm servers, the idea is probably that you join in there with 2 accounts on 2 different PCs, and then just kill the one other player over and over and over as fast as you can, right? To build XP. That's probably the idea, I'm guessing. And yeah, if you can't turn off bot backfill, then the server is going to be full of 31 other bots running around making life hell for you, and it's going to just make XP farming way, way, way harder and not worth it. At that point, you might as well play on a real server, right? So that's my guess at what the scam is. There were a couple other requirements, but the point is that they clearly want this to work. Pardon me. They clearly want this to work, but they did immediately run into precisely the problem I anticipated. Because, of course they did, right? I'm no fucking genius here. I'm saying what I think is pretty obvious. That not in this world, and not with this game, it could never have played out as, yeah, let's go back to 2005. That wasn't gonna happen. And I'm not even really disappointed, right? Because, frankly... Well, you already heard if you were here for the other stream where I was first talking about this, then you already heard my complaints about what custom servers turn into 9 times out of 10, and those still stand. I still think that, not that it's a bad idea, but it's one of those things where it's, you know, it's sort of like, it's one of those things I think of kind of like, just, we can't have nice things anymore, right? There is a point in the history of a hobby or interest or product or community where you can just sort of freeball it. You can just go in and go like, yeah, you know, we don't have protections, we don't have any guardrails up, but it's okay because we all know each other, and who's going to piss in the same pool they drink from? And then the community gets too big, and then you can't do that anymore. And then it's over. And the salad days are past. And it always happens. The salad days always end. XP farming exploits like that could have been reasonably anticipated, and the only thing I can think of is that either they thought they had logic in there to control for it and it didn't work, or that they really did just go on the honor system and think, what if it works? What if they're not pricks? What if people don't turn this into yet another gold farming fucking nightmare of late capitalism? Because again, I'm sure, who do you think is doing it? They're selling the accounts, okay? Like, let's not beat around the bush here. They're selling the accounts. That's why someone would do this. It's not for themselves. I mean, it could be because the entry cost is pretty low, but it probably isn't. It's probably mostly people selling them. And frankly, the thing that we're up against here, the thing that EA is dealing with here is the problem that the internet the internet has, and the concept of digital scarcity, right? The concept of digital value, has given us a world where people are willing to pay for an awful lot of things that don't seem like products, and so there are, vast new types oh shit, I missed him. Sorry, that tank was at pretty low health. If I can get a beat on him, I can probably kill his ass. There? Okay. Excellent! That was Patrick. We live in the era of new types of counterfeiting, right? This is Counterfeiting 2, the sequel to Counterfeiting. There's so much that people would like, and they don't want to. They don't want or can't pay the right price for it. And yeah, I don't know who is buying these things. That's the thing, right? It's like I know that there are people. I think about this all the time, right? I've heard that part of the explanation for the whole the bizarre hat economy in a lot of games, everything from Diablo 4 to fucking TF2 itself, is simply money laundering. It's just a different type of Bitcoin that people just realize that if they turned USD into hats, then they could trade the hats around, and thus, if that's the case, if that's what it is, that people are simply using the TF2 hats as, God, I hate that I've just thought of this, but I think I might be right. So unfortunately, I have to proffer this theory. TF2 hats are simply cryptocurrency. And yeah, it's veterinary. It's for my sick cat. The idea may very well be that the hats are a artificially scarce currency because they represent proof of work. In order to get a hat, you can't just make them, right? You can't make them for free. You have to do something that's very difficult in order to create them. And that means that someone who has a lot of them has a scarce thing, right? So if somebody gives you 4,000 hats, there has been an exchange of value, right? Those 4,000 hats cannot be easily replaced, and money did go in to produce them as well, so they become interchangeable the same way that shitcoin does, at some kind of exchange rate. In this case, I guess probably defined by the amount of effort it takes to get these hats in the first place. But I hate it. So yeah, if that's the theory, right, then yeah, it's just another form of fucking cryptocurrency. But a thing I always think about... Thank you, Johnny Rod. Yeah, if you can. If not, don't worry about it. We'll figure it out. Oh, pardon me with the coughing. I keep forgetting to mute. My mute button's kind of far away. I'd have to lean forward. Anyway. So there was this idea that I started thinking about years ago, which is, who's buying Superman #1s? Who's buying Action Comics #1s? Because at first, the way that the collector's market started out is that enthusiasts, actual enthusiasts, people who were deeply invested emotionally in these bits of culture, said, "Oh my God, you have an Action Comics #1. That's so special to me. I would love to have that. How much do you want?" And the person on the other side of this goes, "Well, I've got them by the nuts. What do I say here?" Right? And so the very first time this happened, it was probably some pitiful sum, like $300, that sounded like a lot because they didn't know what was to come. But then at some later date, hang on a second. Can I not? I guess I can't steal this tank. Oh, maybe the tank was too broken for me to take it. Maybe if I'd fixed it. At some point, the people trading these things actually wanted them, right? And then I think at some later date, that stopped being true. No, I just missed him. That's okay. He done fucked himself up. I think at some later date this stopped being true, and I think we can probably agree that everyone who has both the money and interest to obtain a Action Comics #1 at market rates probably already has one. And so whoever's left, whatever other circulation is going on, is probably between people who don't care about it and just see it as a store of value. But here's the problem. Isn't that store of value backed by a genuine interest at some point? Must it be? Because if you're convinced that like, oh, I gotta have this Action Comics #1 because it's worth $5 million to another guy who only wants it because it's worth $5 million, at some point, doesn't somebody need to want it not to trade to the next person, but just because they want it in order for that $5 million to resolve? Or is it really just a matter of the same, one little pool of people passing this $5 million token around, turning it into money and then back into an object and then into money and then into new money repeatedly over and over and over? Is that truly what's going on? Or does anybody in this think that at some point there's going to be a trillionaire in the future who wants this so bad that even after the price has been increased by an endless number of sales, each one adding more and more and more friction to the system, that someday somebody will pay $50 million for Action Comics #1, or maybe that's already happened. And I mean, when it comes down to it, who cares if the thing that you're selling is eventually going to be sold again? That doesn't matter to you. But the point is that, like, why does nobody think that they're never going to be stuck holding the bag? Why does nobody involved in this process seem to worry about the idea that, maybe someday nobody will care about comic books anymore, that this is all just a temporary fad, and I might end up with a $50 million comic book that nobody wants, right? Surely the bottom's going to drop out of this market once, at some point, somebody decides, no, you know what? Who cares about soups? We got PDFs. Who gives a shit? Will there be a day when the last person who gives a shit about having an actual physical floppy of Action Comics #1 dies? Not that it's an age thing. I'm not saying like you had to be there. I'm saying that, like, might there be a day when you just look around and there's not a single person anywhere for which that seems to matter? What if it happens, right? How do you know? And I feel like, you could almost say the same about things like baseball cards, except that, I guess for that, it's the fact that we have such a massive, Jesus. Are we losing? Oh, we're losing hard. Fuck it. Good thing I don't care about this match. You better watch out or I'm going to start trying. I guess it's just that we have a couple hundred years of proof that people are never going to stop caring about baseball, right? And that there's never going to be a day when somebody doesn't care about the old greats. That much I think is ironclad. But, like, the comic book collector's market is what, 30 years old? Thereabouts? About 30 years? Didn't really start popping off. I mean, of course, yeah, no, it existed way back in the fucking 60s, but the $1 million, Supermans and whatnot, that shit didn't start till the 90s. And yeah, it's going up and up, but it feels like a bubble is going to burst there based on the fact that at some point, the only way to make the number continue to go up is for there to be a continuous supply of people who are lifers, for which this is very, very important. And that could change at any moment. I don't think that this is like baseball, But I don't know. I guess there could be different perspectives on that. But I just, much has been written about stores of value, Oh, and yeah, so that's another example, right? I think we do have some semi-hard evidence to go on about this, because we've seen the variations in value in, say, retro gaming, where the price of a Sony PVM or a Super Nintendo went through several massive hikes and valleys. Oh man, there's still a guy here. Oh shit, he's right there. Shit! I shot the wrong guy. It didn't matter anyway, but yeah, the $1 Million Marios, right? Right, and that's the other thing is you do wonder about some of this. Is it bullshit even now? Is it already fake? Fucking Labubu. Oh, did he revive it? Is that what it was? Huh. Did you revive him? Okay, maybe. Yeah, there was the whole nonsense with the scandals with the rating company. That's some energy. I do have some golden PVMs. Sort of, kind of. It's okay. It's really funny because there's oh. Oh, are we back? I think we're back. Bing bong. Yep. Yeah, that was the game crashing. Video back? I heard we had audio, no video, but I imagine the video's back by now. See, in this case, I'm not mad because all the sad horns are just buffered, right? I don't know if it's NVIDIA's fault. The graphics driver is not crashing, for the record. It's the game hanging, as far as I can tell. I mean, it could be the driver that's hanging the game, but there's no message in the device manager saying the driver crashed or anything. So, could go either way. Could go either way. Come on, OBS. There we go. You know, let's also consider the possibility that this is the kernel level anti-cheat getting upset. I mean, Sam, I'm saying it's not hanging the driver. I'm saying I have no reason to think it's hanging the driver. It could literally just be the game goes into an infinite loop, internally rendering billions of polygons, and that just slows down the card. You know, so it could go either way. Anyway, Weapon. Yeah, somebody asked if I have any golden PVMs from before the rush. I mean, it depends which rush you're talking about. Hang on, I gotta go check. Do these boats work? I've never spawned in this location before. I gotta know. No, really? They're so detailed. They look fantastic. Anyway, oh, we're probably losing this one. Oh yeah, we're losing this one. This is that map where you've got to just everybody's trying to assault this little tiny fucking building, and I've never seen any success in this map before.
Need a medic!
You think somebody's gonna get me up? Will somebody get me up here? Probably not. Doesn't seem that way. No, probably not. Anyway, so I'm trying to remember. Oh, that's right. I was going to tell an anecdote. So, did a thing once that made some people really mad at me, which was so before, one of the rushes, who knows how to. You say, if you say the rush, that's like it's kind of misleading because there's been several. It's come and gone and come and gone. But back in sometime before Corvid, at least, I managed to get, I think it was 3 20-inch PVMs. yeah, I think it was 3 20-inch Sony PVMs. Great condition. A couple of them were medical. And the problem was that I just didn't have that much use for the 20-inch because it was just too big. It was really inconvenient, and I didn't have a place for it. And so what I ended up doing was I basically traded it for a 14-inch. And I remember somebody on like Twitter or something getting super angry at me, just like pissed off, like, "Oh, you piece of shit! You know how many people would, want one of those?" They were like genuinely mad, as if it was like a starving kids in Africa type, like a 90s joke. It was so fucking weird that they were just getting this unhinged over it. Look, I didn't know what they were upsetting about. Like, what did they want me to do? Keep the object because it was valuable, even though it was useless, to me? Like, what was their desired? What would have made them happy? I don't know. I always thought this one of the weirdest fucking interactions I've ever had on the internet, and that's saying something. Anyway, so the end result is I think I still have 2 of them. I'm trying to remember if I still have 2, or did I might have sold 2 of them. Daria, do you remember? Do we still? Because we had 3, didn't we? And then I think we sold 2. Yeah. And I don't regret it. I don't need a 20-inch PVM. I just don't. It would not solve any problem in my life. It would just be a boondoggle that I'd never be able to get rid of it. And I'd never be able to do anything with it. So what the fuck is the point? And I don't regret it at all. The 14-inch has been way more useful. I've done so much with it. And yeah, it's been really weird to like later on see people like see prices for devices that I have that are like these bizarre numbers, like $2,000. I'm like, I paid $300. But that's how it is in every story about collectibles. There's always the story of the $30 Action Comics #1 or the 40-cent Action Comics #1. And now I'm understanding why it's so fucking hard for the enemy to take this location in this one. It's because you have to have a majority of players on the cap point. So you can't just get like a couple people in there and capture it. You have to get, well, in this case they've got 12 people in the cap. So you got to get your own 12 people in there or clear out theirs. It's just almost impossible. God, I wonder, they must have metrics on how often people have succeeded at this map. But I'm trying to picture like what could they look like? War is hell, folks. Doesn't look like this, but it is hell. One thing I've been doing a lot is crawling. I found that I noticed that not a lot of people were going prone in the game at one point, and decided that maybe that was a strat. And yeah, once I started doing that, it turns out that it makes you a lot harder to hit. And so I'm living in a lot more cases where I otherwise would have died. Yeah. And so, yeah, and then there's the story of, here's the... I hear this from time to time. I hear people talk about the horrifying prospect of the $300 dog shit non-Trinitron Philips, the like 26-inch tube. And yeah, the idea of like just a terrible consumer set that nobody would have taken for free 10 years ago, going for like, $500 is disturbing. It is an unpleasant prospect, don't get me wrong. Kitty Purr is the name of the person I just killed. And I'm not saying it's not happening, but I will say it's not as pervasive as people fear, in the same way that, like, we told ourselves all these horror stories about the keyboarders who were, like, getting every single Symbolics keyboard and ripping the keycaps off just so they could use them on their fucking mechanical on their PC for, like, 3 weeks and then put them in a drawer. and now this one-of-a-kind, keyboard, well, not really, but you know what I'm saying, is destroyed forever and we'll never get new ones. People talk about that and like, okay, yeah, that has happened. I don't believe it is happening I don't believe it happened at the pace that people thought it was. I don't think that's actually why most of the Symbolics keyboards are gone and they're very hard to get now. I think that most of the reason for that is that they just did not make a lot of them and they got thrown away in the 90s before anybody felt that they were worth keeping. And so, don't get me wrong, that does make it really egregious when somebody does get one of these and treat it as nothing more than a source for fucking PVT, double shots, right? Yes, that sucks. But what you're probably seeing there is the tip of an iceberg where the vast majority of the people you're mad at work for e-waste companies. Or the organizations that owned these machines in the first place and just put the keyboard directly into the landfill. So, I think, I gotta say, this is the most push I've ever seen on this map. This is further than I've ever seen anybody get. Yeah, I mean, in the case of the Game Boy, like, I really don't think that we're at risk here of running out of OG Game Boys anytime in the next 20 years, even if people are modding them all day long, every day. But, the other angle on it that you could take is the idea that, we should be preserving these for who? And for what reason? Is there an inalienable right to have access to an original unmodified Game Boy? Like, come on, it's never happened before. We've never felt that way about any other product in history. You get one or you don't. And I remember I've been doing research on early cash registers for the next video, and I've been reading this book called The Incorruptible Cashier. And I didn't give Clive his sledgehammer again because it's tedious and to set up and kind of ugly, and I figured it was a funny bit once, but give me a second. What's the let me find the quote here. Right up at the quote. Right, it's over here. Damn it. Okay, so I started out reading this book, and it is a book about cash register collecting in general, which was written in 1988, and it was written in 1988 by a guy named Rick Crandall, who is basically the authority on this topic, and it is largely about National Cash Register. Yeah, like mechanical era. We're talking the first registers ever made. It is largely about collecting what are referred to as brassies, I think, because for a period in the 19th century, they National Cash Register was making thousands upon thousands upon thousands of registers based on similar design principles, but all with these like heavy ornate brass chassis. And it's one of those things where, well, actually this is directly germane. Fuck the game. I'm gonna go read this quote. This is directly germane to the point I was the thing I was gonna read. No, don't wake me up. I want to read this quote. Here we go. I need to die so that we have some peace and quiet. Guys, hey. There we go. Hi, everybody. Are we back? I think we're back. Thanks to my discovery the other day that I can turn. Yeah, that's fair. That's all fair. Yeah, okay, all right, that's true. Thanks to my discovery the other day that that you can turn off auto stop on YouTube, I am able to Toast Points. Can you send that to me? Can you like email me that to me? That sounds incredible. A MIDI version of Opus number 1. Let's go. Anyway. Thanks to my discovery recently that I can turn off auto stop on YouTube. I don't have to worry about the stream breaking and having to make a new URL for it. I did not know that I could do that until now. I also don't know why. I don't know why the game is crashing. I will say, when I think about it, I'm not 100% sure that I've rebooted since this problem started. And because I don't need to kill the stream in order to do it, I'm going to read you this passage, finish my thought. I'm going to reboot my fucking computer. And when I come back, I should be able to restart the stream without y'all having to go to a new page. So we'll see how this works. But anyway, let's to get back to the topic. So the quote from the book is, one aspect of antiquing is that the item you collect has to be somewhat difficult to obtain, but not so difficult that you can't build up a collection. Any collector delights in telling the story behind finding a particular machine, and perhaps even enjoying the search more than the ownership. And I think this is a very good point. I think that, so I, don't take this at face value, all right? Don't take this literally. I'm being a little bit of a dick here, but a lot of us are real real stuck up about our privilege here, in the sense that we live in the era when you can just have these things. And, if you want an original Game Boy, go get one, right? You just jump on eBay. And this is not true for an awful lot of collectible items, right? The fact that there have been times, multiple times, because it's come and gone, there was a point where an original Game Boy was like $300, and now I'll bet it's down to less than $100 again. Here, let me see. Nintendo Game Boy. Could go either way, but yeah. So here's one where somebody has replaced the screen already, and that's $159 refurbed, right? Here's another one. Here's a lot of 2 for $75. Is that a link cable, or the? Yes, the 4-player adapter. Let me read the description. Faulty displays, right? But again, there's solution. I mean, I guess for what it's worth, we have reached the point where these things are falling apart so rapidly that you can't necessarily get one that works at all. But that's just a factor of time, right? Here's another one. Here's somebody selling DMG 01 for $80, and this looks like works. And it's got the original screen, hasn't been modded, right? Toast Points. It's just cathoderadioed@gmail.com. I have no idea how many objects of any kind I have, Mario. It's somewhere up in the hundreds of things, but that sounds more impressive than it is. Here's another one. This one's been restored, but they have not replaced the screen, and there's no dead lines, and it's $130, right? But I remember times when I think these would have gone for $300, and I also remember times when they would never have gone for more than $20. And it'll come again. It'll come and go again. All right, have a good night, Cyril. Oh, geez. Pardon me. Like I said, we happen to live in the era where this is possible, where it can be $300 just because,
Goodbye.
At the moment, not enough have been liberated from their current, possessions or possessors to bring down the market value, and also because just, like during COVID, there's people just scalp, gouging, and that's just not true for a lot of things, right? There's a lot of collectible items where you never had a chance. You never had an opportunity to have one of these things. And if you did, it was going to be quite a haul. You were going to have to go through a lot of effort, search for a long time, hope you find one, hope it's in good condition, hope you can fix it, etc., etc., etc. These are all things that a lot of collectors take for granted, but we have the privilege of having lived in the time where thanks to accidents of the technological developments in the field. I guess the way I'd put it is nobody junked a Model T Ford just because the 30s came along, right? Nobody automatically said, well, okay, the old thing's shit, let's throw it away. because the new thing is out, right? A lot of people kept their Model Ts and said, well, it still works, or, well, maybe somebody wants it, or at least they sent it to a junkyard and then the junkyard stuck it in a barn, in a lot of cases. With computers, for instance, people just threw them the fuck away. People just threw them away. And a lot of Game Boys got left at home when people went off to become adults. And then eventually got thrown away by mom and dad, and all this other stuff. And so, there's weird characteristics to how the quantities of available things work in these different fields. But the end result, though, is just that there's an awful lot more Game Boys still around per capita, per the number of that originally got produced, than you would possibly ever expect. It seems bizarre that so many intact examples still exist, given everything. And a lot of it's just because they weren't worth the effort to throw away, right? At least a Model T takes up space, enough that you might really need to get rid of it. But the end result is just that, yeah, it's been easy for us. And so I almost feel like we get disproportionately angry at the idea of these things being unobtainable, because it's like, God, the idea of like the sort of collectors, the kind of, oh my God, you have what? That would play out in a lot of other collectors fields, that we have over like a PVM would be for numbers like $20,000, $200,000, or for things of which there are 10, and they're all in collections, right? We get verklempt over a 20-inch PVM. Oh my God! But it's like, you're talking about $2,000 there. That's chump change by collector standards. That's nothing. People have been paying that much for much less rare things for a very long time. When you get into the really rare shit in other fields, you're talking 5 digits and up, right? We really have not hit the point where retro computing or retro gaming is demanding those kind of prices. And I think part of it's because this community just ain't that damn big. An awful lot of people who are in any way interested in retro gaming are interested in the games themselves, which you can have on newer, cheaper platforms. And that's assuming you don't just pirate them. And so, yeah, and that's the other thing, right? As far as functional, workalikes, yeah, you could get a Game Boy, or you could get a Game Boy Color, or a Game Boy Pocket, or a Game Boy Advance, right? Oh, pardon me. And the number of people who give a shit about having the physical original object is a tiny, tiny, tiny number compared to a lot of other collectors' fields, I think. And so I think that we are not that I'm saying I don't get mad too when, oh God, you threw away your Game Boy instead of, hanging on to it to give or sell to somebody else later, you piece of shit. I have the same reaction, but I don't, I also understand that like where we're coming from is a position of having possibly the cushiest collector's experience anybody has ever had. I think it might be the case that with retro gaming in particular, that we figured out that we wanted to collect these things faster than almost any other hobby in history. I think that the speed with which we came around on this, it was 20 years before people started collecting quote unquote old video games, right? Whereas how long did it take before the first person said, oh my God, you've got a Model T. How much do you want for it? That was probably like 60 years, maybe longer. It took a long, long, long time for anybody to give a shit about a lot of stuff. And so by the time a lot of collectors started collecting something, most of the specimens were gone. Whereas in this case, we picked it up so quickly that in some cases, some of the stuff that we get excited about, was still being made when we when we first started collecting this stuff. And so, at the time that that I was getting into this, like the Micom, was it Micom? The X-Capture 1 was still being made, I think. You know, it was a USB 3 device. This was in like the mid 2010s, and I think that was still in production, right? And even at the time, I remember people were like, "Oh my God, you've got one of those." A little bit, you know. And of course, we got better stuff now. But the point is that like the sense of scarcity that has been expressed over this stuff is like shocking when you consider how recent a lot of it is. You know, people getting you know, excited over like, you know, PlayStations, and I'm going like, how many people do I know who still have theirs in their closet? You know, the proximity to the original event is so fucking close that we got a really good deal here. We basically waited like one generation after this stuff came out to start collecting it, you know, at full speed. And so I think that compared to an awful lot of other fields, a lot more stuff got preserved perfectly and in great quantity than we deserve. You know, I don't think there's going to be a day when we run out of Game Boys, maybe with original screens, but that's going to happen just as a factor of time anyway. And I also think about, and this really interesting thing, a really interesting observation that came up in this book. And remember, this book is about a collector's hobby from 1988. That's the year I was born. So by the time I existed, someone had already had this observation that I had several years ago. Let's read this. In regards to collecting old brass cash registers, a big question is whether to restore or not. Frequently, this is a project for which many people get enjoyment that is equivalent to the hunt itself. The beauty of a brass register is realized when it is completely polished and redone, looking like it did the way it left the day it left the factory. Sure, there are some pristine original examples that perhaps should be kept that way, but for the most part, machines generally have a higher value when restored. Each collecting area seems to have its own rules regarding restoration. For example, a coin collector would shudder at the idea of polishing a rare coin, but how many prize-winning automobiles have you ever seen with original paint and chrome? Many machines were painted, he's talking about registers again here. Many machines were painted every time the owner redecorated his shop, so you're not hurting originality by stripping and restoring it properly. How far and to what degree a machine should be restored is left to the individual collector. If a machine is to be fully restored, it should approximate the original. Over-restoring would alter the basic function or original appearance of a machine and would certainly hurt its value. So the point is that the patina argument, right? Classic cars, if you have a classic car with original upholstery, people will be upset at you because there aren't any left with intact upholstery and it looks like shit. Now, to a certain extent, there are some problems here that come down to you can replace the upholstery in, you know, a 1955 Ford Falcon, and you will be hard-pressed to find a person who can tell that you did it if you didn't tell them. I mean, sure, anybody looking at it is going to go, well, that car should have rotted to hell upholstery, but instead it looks perfect. There's no way it's original. It's impossible. It's literally impossible, right? So that's a given, but all the same, no one, not a single person is going to think, but this isn't a realistic depiction of, you know, this isn't an authentic experience. No, they take the car as a whole, right? And so the fact that it looks right, that it looks the part, that's important. The fact that you can sit in it and actually enjoy sitting in it, that's important. Nobody is, you know, scrutinizing it and going like, well, technically, the original pleather wouldn't have been this flexible. Nobody gives a shit. Nobody's ever going to give a shit about that. It's obviously not important. Conversely, however, if you think about a Macintosh, if you have an original 128K Mac and the case gets broken, and you replace the case with a 3D printed one, no one is ever going to like that again. It is a sad thing, but no one's ever, it's ruined. It's gone. It's over. No one wants to look at your Mac that has 3/4 of it is a 3D print. That's just, sorry. I mean, if it's useful to you functionally, that's great. If you can still get something out of using it, then great. I'm glad you're not throwing it away, but no one wants to see a photo of it. No one is going to go, oh my God, when they see it, because it's just not what it was. And this is a real problem because of the yellowing issue and because of the prospect of, small parts of the plastic breaking. And then if you replace just one part of it, it doesn't look right anymore. And it's really, really difficult to replace the plastic because it's so specific. The texture of it, the specific sort of what's the word I'm looking for here? Pebbling to the texture. If you sand it, if you paint it, if you do anything mechanical to it, you're going to lose that, and everyone's going to see it from across the room. They're going to see it. It just leaps out at you for some reason, like a sore thumb. And so it's just different, right? A person looking at a 128K Mac will notice the spot where you didn't retrobrite it perfectly, consistently with the rest of it, or where you sanded something off and fucked up the texture, and that's going to bug them. Whereas a 55 Ford Falcon with hot turquoise upholstery that they never sold it with, no one's going to care. No one's going to give a shit. Oh, you painted it, this bitch in maroon, and they only ever sold it in red and teal. Who cares? Doesn't matter. No one's going to give a shit. It was yours to paint, upholster the way you want. And likewise, what I think is interesting about the vintage Mac, for instance, is that these things were not treated as totems by the people who owned them. The number of 128K and classic Macs that had holes drilled in the side to mount various things like mouse holders is half of them. I swear to God. I see so many of these things where they just have a nasty ass drill hole chewed in the side of the case. Or where they've been branded with the name of a school or etched, engraved or whatever, right? But if you do that now, you'll get lynched. and so, people used to decorate computers all the time, but now anything that's not reversible is, would be considered deeply offensive. And I get it. Sort of, but also sometimes I think that we're fucking this up, and that maybe we would actually be having more fun if it was considered okay to take your yellowed ass Mac 128 that no one wants to look at because it's varying shades and of nasty ass nicotine brown, and just fucking rattle can it. Just paint it candy apple red, like a Japanese, a Sharp or whatever, a Sharp X1. Just paint it candy apple red. Put a thick ass coat of lacquer on it. People would have done that back in the day. They would have done it in the 90s. They would have done it in the 2000s. And I think it might be a better fate for some of these machines that are never going to look good. You don't want to look at one of those nasty ass dark orange machines that's not even going to be helped by RetroBrite, And here's the other thing. If you're okay with it not looking original, then fuck it. Trash the whole case, 3D print a new one, or get one cast, because there's people doing that now. Rattle can that, right? There's options here. And the number of computers I have with school district marks, I think it's 4, I want to say. Yeah. I think at some point we are going to have to calm the fuck down about this, because I think that there's going to be a day. I think there's going to come a day where maybe a lot of people realize that they regret getting these machines and hanging on to them for years and years and years and years in perfect condition, solely for the purpose of saying they'd done that. Not because they got anything out of it. So, anyway, artificial nicotine yellower. I am going to attempt to reboot my computer, and I'm going to get a quick snack, and we're going to see if the stream still works when I reboot or not. This will be an experiment. Wait a minute, hang on. I gotta I gotta put this in the. Well. 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 I think that worked. Yeah, that worked, right? Yeah, we are, in fact, so fucking Mac. I can't believe I didn't discover this sooner. It's really silly. Well, 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 if it isn't the consequences of my actions. It's really funny that I just opened Steam and was offered DCS on the main store page. All right, it is getting late, but we're gonna do. I'm gonna do just a couple more rounds. You leave the patina on collectible guitars if the owner wants. I used to live with somebody who was a luthier, and they actually did sometimes strip and I mean, it depends how collectible it is, right? I don't think they worked on any anything that Jimi Hendrix played, but still. Somebody said muted, but I don't think I'm muted. I see audio. Somebody reassure me. Wow. Huh. Okay, I've just taken a slurp of this Sprite Chill Cherry Lime, and you know what? Dang. I gotta say, dang. Woof. Woohoo. Wow. That's not bad. This is a surprise for everybody I know, but I have accepted a sponsorship from Sprite. Let's see. I think what I can't remember which 3 territories. What game mode did I want? Fuck it. I can never quite keep them track. Keep them straight in my head. That is funny, Wiggles. Okay, yeah, I'll do Manhattan Bridge. Or wait. Oh, wait, shit. Oh, God, no, it's this one. No, you know what? No, you can't make me. I don't want to. Fuck this map. I have never seen anybody advance on that map before. I don't even know what the next capture point in the map looks like. Just walk out. You can leave. Cops, if you're quick. I'm trying to think if there's any other important updates I need to make about life. Segmentation fault. That is a banger joke. That's outstanding. Clive is drinking Sprite to compensate because he can't produce them with hardware. Because you see, the ZX Spectrum lacked Sprite hardware. That's the joke. Very good joke. It's a great joke. I'm not making fun of you. It's a great joke. The only other piece of information I can share is that, wait. Ow. I've been shot by somebody. Ow. Opal Weeb got me. I love this fucking game. Gets rezzed, immediately blown up by tank. Anyway, yeah, so the one thing I did want to add is that during the intermission in the stream, I did go. So I feel like God is telling me I should not be playing video games right now. And it also looks like almost everybody left. So I see there are 26 of you remaining. I don't blame you, though. It is pretty late anyway, so I don't think it's the game at fault. I will say, however, that that particular combination of sound effects was very funny. I need to go mix that together in Audacity for later use, actually. Actually, yeah. I should do that right now because
3 donation, a contribution to your new streaming PC fund.
Thank you. Hey, you know what? I literally just obtained a little guy that I might use for that purpose. We'll see. But I'll tell you what I did during the last intermission shortly. Hang on a second. I gotta go make this edit in Audacity. It's really fucking funny. We'll go over here. I may have to make it a separate audio effect, but maybe I'll just mix it in. Let's see. Let me go to Stream Assets, and then here it is. We do that one. And we do that one. Here we go. I've got to time it just right. Let me increase the volume of this effect a little bit. Oh, that's too much. That's too much. I realize you can't hear this. You'll hear it when I'm done. Okay, yeah, no, that gives it a little extra kick that I like. Okay. Let me just update this here. All right. Export file. Okay, I'm going to mix it up. I'm going to action groups. Let me go to sad horn. There it is. Okay. Edit the sound. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. All right, there we go. Somebody hit the sad horn, please. Oh, yeah, that's perfect. That's exactly what I wanted. All right, it's perfect now. This is exactly what we needed. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on a second. It said concurrent viewers was 26, but now it's back up to 92. Did everyone come back? Oh, see, the busted ass stream was worth it just so that we could create this sound effect. Thank you to everyone for redeeming both of those sounds at once. That was so good. Fuck. It sucks too because you know what? It sucks too because I think at this point I'm going to have to, I might need to take that back out of that might need to stop being the Gravis is fucking up the stream sound and start being a general redeem because unfortunately it's too damn funny. Hang on a second. I got to dial in the X eyes. Oh. There we go. I'm still going to try to do another round of Battlefield 6. I'm going to try. What is the point? What is the point of streaming if you're not going to eventually have stupid in jokes, right? Oh yeah, okay. Duke Nukem Death Yell. God, let me think. What is the funniest noise I could use instead of the Price is Right horn? Let me contemplate this. I mean, it could just be the obnoxiously way too loud error buzz from Half-Life. I detest the Wilhelm scream. I'm sorry, I'm anti-Wilhelm scream. I don't like it. I have never liked it. Anyway, the next time the stream crashes, the next time the PC crashes, I'm just going to hit end on the stream. I think I want... Oh. There. Let's try that. Let me, sorry, let me get the sound effect in question, because I think, where'd I put it? Because I used it in the last video, and accidentally made it too loud and forgot to fix it, and then it was too late. And so, oh my God, for just a moment I thought the game had hung again. I really did think this, and I was about to be mad. Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. Oh, I'm thinking of the wrong sound effect, actually. I did not use that sound effect. I used the spark sound effect in the video. Shit. Okay, then I'll have to obtain that for the next stream, and we'll discuss it. Did that APC just evaporate? Weren't we just fighting an APC just now? Is it just gone?
Weapon.
Weapon. Well, at least I'm doing okay.
We now control more objectives. Defend all positions.
So I was going to comment on this. I forgot to comment on this earlier, but so they released a big patch, and I think it was 2 days ago. It was 2 days ago. And the patch touched a lot of things. The one that I was harping on earlier was the fact that custom servers all now have rules around what modes you can use if you want to be able to gain XP when playing on them, because obviously that was getting exploited to hell and back. But besides that, there was a shitload of tuning and what they refer to as bug fixes, basically, or not bug fixes, but fixes of gameplay mechanics that they felt were not working correctly. This is going to be widely referred to as rebalancing, I suspect. I think a lot of it is going to be perceived as rebalancing, and not that I give a shit, right? I have never been one to have my thumb on the pulse of anything going on with a competitive video game. That's not me over here. But I do sometimes just look at something and go, well, the rabble are going to go nuts over this. And in this case, yeah, I think this is going to be the very first, oh, they ruined the game. I heard feet. I heard the pitter-patter of big man feet. I think this is going to be the first, oh, they ruined the game with rebalancing controversy. People are just going to be riding this like, oh, it was good in the first 2 weeks, shit forever, right? But we'll see. I mean, this is just the nature of live service games and competitive shooters, and they're always tweaking them, and they're always making everyone mad by tweaking them, right? So that's just the way it's going to be. But one thing I noticed as soon as I got back into the game was that people are popping smoke constantly, and I don't know why. They weren't doing this before. And actually, it's, you know what, I admit, it's been less egregious this time. There were, I don't think that there were gun nerfs per se. Rather, they adjusted, like accuracy spread on a bunch of stuff. And they claim that it's more consistent, but what I suspect that may appear to mean to a lot of people is that they made the guns less accurate, or made them maybe less hip fireable or something like that. It was a really long patch. The changelog was like several pages, and a good half of it was in the major changes section. So they did a lot, and it makes sense. You know, it's a initial patch for a game this big. You know, not to say oh, the game wasn't finished, but for something like this, you have to decide what parts you're going to ship finished, as it were. And which parts could get polished up later. And so I'm sure that a lot of this stuff was lingering in the JIRA before release, and so it was stuff that they always planned on doing, or stuff that they couldn't have predicted, until they released it. Just let the public get their hands on it, because this game is instrumented to holy hell. This much we know. During the beta period, yeah, this game came out like what, 2 weeks ago? Less? I think it was on like the 14th or something like that. Yeah, it's brand fucking new. And I mean, for once, like, again, I was commenting on this. I don't know what it is about this game in particular that made me, because I skipped the last 2 Battlefields and I barely remember anything about the previous one. And I'm not generally like a competitive shooter guy. I haven't played any of the Call of Duties, at least not, certainly not online, certainly not seriously, you know, etc. Maybe a couple of times, but just nothing grabbed me. And then this game, for some reason, when I heard there was a Battlefield 6, I don't even think I looked at a video of it. I think I was just like, fuck it, let's do this. I want to know what Battlefield 6 is all about. Because I have fond memories of Battlefield back in like what, 2005, right? And hell, I played Battlefield 1942 extensively when that was current, you know. So anyway, when the beta started, I decided to get into it. I played the beta every day until it ended. I think I actually hit max rank in the beta, which was only like 20. And I just had an absolute blast. And oh, did we blow that? Did we blow that? I think we blew that tank up, right? Oh, I didn't blow that man up though. So for some reason, who shot us? Did we get flanked? It looks like we got flanked. Or did those bullets come from... Oh, well, I guess it's moot, isn't it? Anyway. Yeah, exactly. You know, two of my favorite depictions of war, of modern war. One is, what was that, that like, hyper-realistic tank game that we saw pop up? I think it was some indie thing, but maybe I'm not remembering. I don't know. But there was some tank game I remember from like last year that you're like in the tank and your gunner. I think you've got an automated like gunner / spotter sort of thing, and every time they see something, they're just screaming like, tank, 6 o'clock, fuck! Like every single time they do anything, they're just bellowing at the top of their lungs. And you're like, oh, you know what? Actually, being in a tank is probably terrifying. Probably absolutely terrifying at all times, and you can't hear jack shit despite the fucking headsets and ear protection. Like, you're just constantly, everything is loud, the tank is loud, you are being shot at by people with guided rockets and everything imaginable. And every time you see something, that may be your death if you don't spot them and shoot them first. And so, yeah, you probably are scared out of your fucking wits all the time. And I thought that was an interesting depiction. I don't know if it's accurate, but I do think it's interesting. Anyway, the other one is the movie Three Kings. Three Kings is my favorite movie about war in the Middle East, because it was made about the first, about Desert Storm, right? And specifically, about what a fucking joke it was in a number of ways. I think it was, didn't it last like a week or something like that? It was like, technically it was a very brief conflict. There was another movie, Jarhead, that I also watched. Boy, those were bleak years. And that was also about it. And the whole point was that the guy spends all this time training and then goes to Iraq. The war begins and ends, and he never manages to fire a single shot. Like, even the moment when they finally send him on a mission, they end up just canceling it and deciding to do an airstrike instead. So he just never has an opportunity to actually shoot at anything. It was never a war for him. It was just a bunch of wandering around the desert and shitting in buckets. And all the action was, guys in jets and tanks for the most part. So it was a very weird war. And then it ended, and then, we go, okay, it was over, but it wasn't over. We were still there for some length of time. And Three Kings takes place in that bizarre interregnum after it was over. And it's then just like a big stupid fantasy, right? Just like a ridiculous kind of was it George Clooney comes up with this scheme to steal a bunch of gold bullion that they think they'll nobody like the Saddam Hussein had, they think that he's lost track of, so they'll be able to get it out before the blah blah blah. Fun movie, I think it's great. Whole thing, but there's this scene at the beginning of the movie where there's just these soldiers, like American soldiers, standing in the middle of fucking nowhere, and one of them just like, oh hey, there's a guy out there, and they look through their like binoculars, and yep, there's a like Iraqi soldier standing, a mile away, waving at them, and you just see the guy in the foreground turns to someone off screen and yells, "Are we shooting? What? Are we shooting? No, that's what I'm trying to find out. Wait, hang on." He looks back through the scope, and the guy's lifting his rifle, so they shoot him. And then that's it, right? And I think that's got to be a lot of what modern war is. It's just either, oh, fuck, you're terrified out of your wits, or are we shooting? You don't even fucking know what's going on. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm trying to find out. It's just, again, it's this ridiculous thing, but it's got to happen, right? With the, again, it's the classic. It's the classic. The if you're gonna have one thought about war, it's that World War II was the last time that anybody knew who they were shooting at, for sure. It's the last time anybody knew who the enemy was. Within a certain degree of accuracy. Obviously, we did have to tell people that this man is a Canadian. He is your friend. He fights for freedom. And likewise about, anyway. But at least, you generally knew if somebody didn't look like they were on your side that they were probably the enemy. And there was no discussion. There was no, are we fighting them today? Right? And then that has not been true for any war that followed, right? And so there's got to be, exactly, do you even know what you're shooting? You see something in the distance, you're like, well, we think that's a guy. Is he one of, is he one of ours? Is he one of, one of our, is he with the people that we're allied with today? Right? Or is he somebody we're shooting? There's got to be a lot of cases where like, shit, we shot this dude who was part of a sect that we were supposed to be cool with, but hey, we didn't know. All we knew was he wasn't in our uniform, right? That's got to happen, right? So it's just got to be a whole lot of like not really knowing what's going on at any given moment. Like, are we shooting? It's the we had a ceasefire. Are we shooting? I don't know. He's shooting. It seems like.
All squads, light armored vehicles are ready for deployment.
Yeah, like again, there was probably a time when the Army was better than the sort of, no one at the helm corporate bullshit. But again, it was probably in the 40s when it was possible for them to say who the enemy was and not have that change, from conversation to conversation. Like, did you get the memo about who we're shooting today and whether we're shooting them and how much we're shooting them and what parts of the city we're allowed to shoot them in? It's got to just be information overload. and then when it comes down to it, of course, these guys are also, in the case of the movie, these guys are also massively outmatched or massively outmatch anybody that they were fighting to begin with. So already it's like, anybody who's a threat is only a threat notionally to begin with. So that's also got to be weird. And so on and so forth.
The enemy have taken more objectives.
There have been attempts to make periscope guns. None very successful, I think. I mean, hell, I don't remember how this works. I know that tanks have periscopes, but for a long time they were not considered ideal, and you always ran with the hatches open and stuck your head out if you could. But I don't know if that's still a thing or if that's over. If we just don't maybe we got real good at the periscopes.
We're targeting objective Delta.
Oh, several men died. I was really thinking there'd be fellows under this bus that I could shoot at. And I don't know, maybe there are. Well, I'm in here, at least. There are apparently 6 enemies in here, and I don't know where they are. So I hope they don't shoot me in the back. Neither of those were enemies. Okay, well, it's now 10-0, so yeah, I guess we got this one. Pardon me. See, I kind of like the version of events as depicted in this game that often happens is, oh, shooting's going on. Where? And then by the time, you know, and then it stops and you never figured out who you were shooting at. I guess we should go to C? Sure. Yeah. We're already taking B. Oh. Big bada boom? Or was that? Is that? No tank, is there? I think so. I think that was just. Yeah, it was an anti-tank rocket. Okay. Well, I think they're about to retake this. Right, yeah, you know, I do think a lot about how the two types of game, for a long time at least, the two types of game, sorry, the only type of game that you could make was one about World War II, because the other options were like, well, okay, can we make one about modern warfare? Well, that's tough because, you know, if it's 2003, we can't really do a good job of all the technology and the, you know, the armor, you know, the tanks and everything, not nearly as much as we need to. Not to mention the fact that so much of it's committed by airstrike or just happening at miles and miles of separation. And then at the other end, you've got, like, the Civil War and the Revolutionary War. And, like, well, okay, does anybody want to play a game back then? Does anybody, you know, now it's different. Does anybody want to play a game where you fire your rifle? Sorry, you fire your musket. And then it doesn't matter if you aimed correctly because the bullet veers 3 feet to the right in midair, and then the other guy who wasn't even aiming at you hits you, and now you're out of the fight, right? Like, oh, and the battlefield is like almost entirely obscured by smoke at all times. Probably wouldn't have sold in 2003, I don't think. They've made several of these nowadays, and they're also really not fun at all. For the people who like them, they like them, but it really is the case that, like, you would make a joke back then about, oh, well, there was a Revolutionary War game, and then they did it, and all of the jokes you could think of are all accurate. It really is boring as sin, and you really do. You can't hit shit. You can't see who you're getting shot by. You're just suddenly dead. You know, and like a lot of the Korean War happened in trenches, which again is like, so I do think it's funny that we finally got a World War I game, but we finally got a World War I game, but they had to focus really hard on the non-trench combat parts of it, which unfortunately were like a very minor part of it in reality. The bulk of it did happen in just static trench fights, which you can't make a game out of that. It's barely even those are barely even battles, you know. And then even in the parts, even if you take into even if you consider that the do I hear a guy? No, I don't think so. Even if you consider that the stuff that they depicted was realistic, you know, despite being small scale things that don't represent the bulk of the fight, they still had to give everybody like submachine guns because nobody wants to play a game that's entirely, you know, nobody wants to play a game with guns that old. You just don't. Goodbye. It's not fun. You know. Have a good night, Cadence. And so my understanding of the depiction of firearms in Battlefield 1 is that it is just nonsense. There were submachine guns and whatnot and machine guns in that war, but they were all like specialized. They were not common. The average soldier did not have one. And so the game is like not 100% wrong per se, but it does not really represent a likely scenario by any means. Certainly not, the idea of like, oh, you have a submachine gun, the other guy has a submachine gun, yeah, probably not. It would have been a lot of bolt action rifles and shitty revolvers, I think, and whatnot. So they couldn't even get that one across the finish line, right? Without modifying it too much. Yeah, Red Dead is like the only, because Red Dead takes place in almost the modern era, but also it's not a war game, right? Which is obviously changes the terms here quite a bit. Mario, that's extremely funny. That's a good one. I thought so. There's men in that building. Well, I think some of our men as well, so I think we're good. Yep. That sounds like a tank to me. Oh yeah, that's a tank. Okay. I almost got an execute on that guy. And hopefully I'll get a big bada boom on the tank anyway, because nobody's noticed the mines that I put down. Come on, dude. Come on. I want to see it. Oh, you should have... Are capture points removed? In some modes they are, but not in this mode. Yeah, there's a mode where every time that you capture a certain number of points and then hold them for a bit, if you hold them for like a minute and a half, they get removed from the battlefield permanently. It's called a winning territory, and so. Oh, fuck yeah. One of my favorite types of kill in this is when you kill a guy who was busy rescuing his buddy and you're like, hang on a second, did I commit a war crime? Was it a war crime? I can never remember. I don't know if it counts if they weren't. I don't think so, right? Because they're a combatant. The person dragging them out of the fight is a valid combatant, right? Let's see. Oh, okay, yeah, no, I'm sorry. This, I misread the HUD. Yeah, this would be one of the modes where they remove the points. They were there, and now they ain't there so much. Oh yeah, this is the territory mode. Never mind. I'm full of shit. I'm just fucking lying over here. I like to make things up. Oh, somebody said they were disappointed that I never told them what happened during when the stream was down. Yeah, so what happened when the stream was down earlier is I put fresh paper into my cash register because I did go to eBay and buy just like a dumb non-PC based cash register. And naturally, I mean, of course that was going to happen because I said I wasn't going to do it, and so obviously I'm doing it. But it turns out that it takes 1.5-inch roll paper, and you can get 2.5 and 3.5, but it's hard to get. Oh, there's a tank over there. Is it? Did it go boom? I think it went boom. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Oh, shit. Well, okay. I stood there too long. Bixby Naruto. It's plain paper. Yeah, so it's a plain paper printer. It's 2 plain paper printers, technically, but that's a story you'll hear when I make the video. There we go. For the purpose of like messing around and making sure the printer worked, I was able to just use some scraps that I had. But obviously, I wanted to, you know, I have to, in order to learn how this thing works properly, I'm gonna have to run through a whole shitload of transactions. And I did buy a pack of ink ribbons for it, so I'm good there. I can save my game many times. Hang on a second, Tang. I probably don't have the juice to kill him. Oh, I did all in one go. Those guys seem surprised. I'm just gonna leave. Cops, if you're quick. Oh god, there's another one. Can I just, hang on a second. I'm just breaking this thing. Oh, he backed up. God damn it. Right, yeah, exactly. I have the kind of register I have is the sort you would see at like a corner convenience store. And so it uses this really narrow paper tape for the printer. And so I went to Office Depot and they only had 3.5 and 2.5. And only in these huge packs, I should mention. Like if you just want like a 4-pack, no, nobody will sell you that anymore. You got to get like 12 rolls. Which was frustrating. Like I get that generally speaking you're going to buy it in quantity if you're going to buy it at all, but they used to sell them in 4-packs, and I get it's probably just like with the popularity of like Clover and fucking Kyra Fox, it's a good bit, but just to be official, I am never doing physical rewards for anything because I will simply fuck them up. I hate doing quid pro quo, so I imagine you were probably joking, but yeah, I'm not gonna. Anyway, you know, Adenode, it's funny. I gotta check, but I think I can actually give names to each of the. This thing supports PLUs, not like formal. Like vegetable and fruit PLUs. Unfortunately, it only does 3 digits, so I cannot put bananas in there, which is a bummer.
Weapon.
I was really, really sad about that. Oh, did I get weapon? Or is this just... Oh, okay, fair. Anyway, but... well, that was loud. Sometimes, for some reason, sometimes when the game switches to the next map, there's just like a deafening shotgun noise. It's really funny. Anyway. This will be my last. This will be my last game. I probably should have stopped a while ago, but I was talking, so whatever. Yeah, that one was not a stream effect. Anyway, yeah. So this register is it's like a Sharp. No, it's a Royal. It's a Royal 9150. And you can put PLUs in it. It'll only do 3 digits. But I think you can assign like 8-character names to the PLUs, maybe longer. So I think you can actually print a detailed receipt. However, this is a sort of cash register where they're never going to do that. Like the sort of people who... The sort of businesses that are likely to buy one of these things are not likely to ever program it, right? They're maybe going to put in clerk numbers and tax rates. Well, obviously tax rates, but that's it. It has a separate role for the journal, for the audit journal, which is why I wanted this specific one, because that is how the register at my very first job worked back in 2007. And so I wanted to get something that reflected, because I realized at one, so something that, ooh, I need to sneeze. Oh, come on. I wish this would.
Hostiles are attacking Alpha.
Sorry, I've been needing to sneeze for the last, 5 minutes. And it just wasn't happening, and all of a sudden, just bam. I didn't see the guy. It all happened so fast. Nope. Anyway, when it comes to videos, to writing scripts for videos, coming up with ideas for videos, a thing I often have trouble with is accepting that all of my videos that work, all the ones that are good because I am sharing my personal feelings on something, not opinions, but feelings. Like, if I'm just strictly trying to be factual about something, I think it's going to be pretty boring. In order for it to be good, you know, the way that I do it, if you come here for the thing that I do, the thing that I do is based around vibes. It's based around, you know, me just expressing myself on a thing. And a lot of the time when I'm in trouble, when I'm in the middle of trying to write a script and I'm just like, you know, blocked to hell and back, the reason is because I have not allowed myself to just say the thing that I feel about it, rather than trying to make it objective. Now, ideally, I can do both, right? The result, you know, the product should be a combination of the two by Big Brother and the holding company. But, is that a tank? No. I think it was a tank once upon a time. But it needs to start with, what do I think about this? And when it comes down to it, the reason that I care about all of this goes back to when I worked at my first job. You know, I had to learn how the cash register worked, right? And it was a really small, you know, single store business that wasn't a chain. And so I was present for the boss closing out the register at the end of the day. And of course, everybody working there were, dumb fucking kids. So, like, we were not trusted in the least. There was no assistant manager. There was just the boss and then the cashiers, who were all, we were all like 17 to 20 years old. And so, wait a minute.
Enemy attack is underway on Foxtrot.
Shit. I heard the guy coming, but I didn't know which side he was on. So I was just sort of, I was excited to have a job at all. It fascinated me, and so, like, I stuck around much longer than I really should have most days. And so, yeah, I was paying attention when the boss was doing the closeout, so I learned what a Z-tape was. But one of the things I had noticed while working was that the cash register had the receipt printer, and then next to that, there was a little acrylic window, a clear plastic window, through which I could see another receipt. There was another printer in there. And every time the first one printed, the second one printed. And it was the same information, except that I couldn't get to it. And, it's self-explanatory, right? You think about it for 5 seconds, and you're like, oh, yeah, that's so that there's a... That's the permanent record of everything the register has done, so that there's no dispute about that, right? And if you think about it a little bit longer, you get to, because who trusts their cashiers? But I got that at the time. That was a surveillance system of sorts. But I never stopped thinking about it. It always seemed fascinating to me that they had this device built into the thing whose job was to let you know that you were not trusted and that they were watching you. And so I've never really stopped thinking about that. And then, when doing the research on the register thing, I found myself wanting to talk about classic, simple dumb registers. And so at first I was like, well, how do I even pick one, right? Because there's tons of these things, and they just seem boring and drab as hell. How do I even pick one? Do I just go to eBay and type in cash register and start scrolling and hope I find one that meets my both price and dumbness limitations? And then what angle do I go at it from? Do I just learn everything about it? Where do I start? Where do I stop? This is always difficult. Mario, I have heard of the Horizon scandal, and I was going to reference it in the next video after this one, because holy hell! For anybody who doesn't know this, I love to tell people about this. I only just learned about it myself. Over the course of the 90s and 2000s, the British Post Office fired and prosecuted hundreds and hundreds of postal workers for theft and fraud, and then found out that their cash register software was calculating numbers wrong and not actually recording transactions. And they had been told this and had done nothing about it for decades. It is, there's a quote on the Wikipedia page that says it is regarded as one of the worst miscarriages of justice in the modern world. Or at least in the UK. People went to prison. People were forced to pay massive restitutions for money they didn't steal. It is shocking. Like, I think, frankly, though I know we kind of don't have better words than this, scandal is not the word. It is not a scandal. It is a... I don't know. I think we don't have a word for the kind of thing. It's an atrocity. You know? It is an utterly intolerable act of apathy and inhumanity on the part of the UK government. The fact that they treated their people like this with such callousness is galling. And when you look into the investigation, that's how everybody felt about it. Everybody working on this who had an official opinion on it felt that the way they reacted to it was just galling. There is no better word for it than galling. You look at it and you're like, my God, how could you do this? And I don't remember what remedies, if anything, they're attempting to, like, it has all been completely blown open at this point. It is fully acknowledged that, like, everybody involved in this fucked up and all these people were punished unjustly. But I don't know what, if anything, they're doing to fix it, to try and make up for it. It seems hard to imagine that they could. Just astonishing. And it comes down to the basic problem of a bunch of people who didn't know what the fuck they were talking about, trusted the computer because, well, they just do not understand that computers can easily be wrong, trivially, and in fact are wrong by default. And okay, I mean, so they did at least pardon these people. It is Kafkaesque. Yes, it is Kafkaesque. It is difficult to pick a real-world example of a Kafkaesque nightmare. Imagine what all these people felt going through this, knowing that they had done nothing wrong and not understanding why this was happening to them. Could they have known? Could the victims of this fucking disaster have actually reasonably guessed why it was happening to them? I can't imagine. Yeah, we won't say any more about that than we have to, but yeah, the consequences are grim, deeply, and it was all avoidable. You know? It was all avoidable. It just didn't have to happen. And that compensation feels a bit low, doesn't it? Yeah, a bit low. Because, I don't know if that is taking into account damages, or because the thing is that there were direct monetary penalties that were assessed. And so obviously job one is to reverse those, right? Like, the very first thing they should do is anybody who was forced to pay back money that they supposedly stole but didn't steal, that should be immediately reverted. But beyond that, then you have to start assessing damages and asking whose careers were ruined, whose lives were ruined, who maybe doesn't have a life anymore, and so on. And that gets a lot more complicated. And so you wonder, and yeah. It's grim. It's fucking grim. Anyway, but here's the deal. So going back to what I was talking about. On the flip side, okay, because I'm a leftist and all these other things, and I'm certainly gonna make jokes about a lot of stuff. But there's I can also see both sides on a lot of things. And so a big part of the next video I intend to make on this is going to be about the origin of the cash register and the fact that the reason it was invented is because cashiers steal. They just do. They always have. And in fact, they used to steal at an incredible rate back in the 19th century when it was so much easier. But they still do now. It's why if you go to McDonald's, at least in the U.S., though I imagine this is true everywhere, if you go to McDonald's, there's a sign on the window that says if you don't receive a receipt, your meal is free. And what that's referring to is the oldest trick in the book, literally, which is you go through the drive-thru, you order 3 McMuffins. You're told, that's, $18.35 because McMuffins are expensive now and it's the government's fault. So you pull up to the window, you hand them a 20, they make change, and then you drive forward to the next window and get your food. They don't put the 20 in the drawer. They just pocket it, right? Because they never ran the transaction through the register. So now the store doesn't know that there was supposed to be a transaction. They don't know the money is missing because they don't know it was ever supposed to be there. And they can't track inventory accurately when it comes to food, ingredients because it's just not like that, right? And so there's no way for them to know this is happening. And so what they did is they essentially place a bounty. If you narc on your cashier, they'll give you a free meal, right? Well, it turns out that this goes back centuries. That this was how the very first cash registers were implemented. In fact, I was doing some research into this. And I'll just give you a little bit of a spoiler on the video here. The original cash register was invented because the guy who made it believed that the employees of his bar were stealing from him in exactly this way. And let's skip past all that, okay? Let's just skipping all the details of how he invented it. Let's just imagine that he invented the cash register as we now know it, okay? What does that accomplish? What does that actually do? What does that get him? Because what if the employee just doesn't use it? But also, it goes deeper than that. There's a number of problems. One of them is so let's. There's a lot of misinformation out there about how early cash registers worked. In fact, some fundamental flaws with the supposed. The way that they worked, the way that they affected everything, and the way that they were meant to be used. One of them is the assertion that the bell on early cash registers was meant to alert the owner of the store that a transaction had occurred. Now, people don't tend to elaborate too much on how they think this would work. But if we give it some thought, I suppose we could think that okay, if you're the owner of a store and you know what sales volume generally sounds like, right? You know that in a given time period you're going to have X number of transactions happening. So if you don't hear that many dings, maybe you start to get suspicious and you go pay closer attention to your employees. Okay. There's a few problems with this. The first one is, what if you're not there? Like, we have the trope of, can you mind the store? Store owners have to leave sometimes. The entire purpose of employees is so that you don't have to do all the work. So if you're standing there and going like, I'm not hearing enough bells, I better go make sure transactions are happening. Just go do it yourself at that point. Like, why bother? The purpose of employees is to do the work for you. And the problem is that due to the extremely low margins of retail, you can't pay them enough to make them trustworthy. It just can't be done. And it's not true now either. You cannot pay retail employees enough to make them not steal from you if they can. It just can't be done. Like, the math doesn't make sense. You're sitting there and going like, wow, I get paid, $8 an hour in some places, and I'm looking at this cash drawer full of thousands of dollars. The math just works. You're never going to have that much. It's hard to say no. And I can say I wouldn't do it from my cushy position, knowing what I make, right? But I'm not going to blame somebody else who does. I just can't. It's impossible. And so...
Vico.
All right, there we go. I won! And so,
Shadow Saber
because cashiers steal, and because, you know, they're clever about it, because they're smart people, more often than not, otherwise you wouldn't, you know, if they weren't smart, you wouldn't employ them at all, right? Because cashiers steal, the idea was to build a machine that would make it harder for them to steal. And the whole point of that machine is that he shouldn't have to stand there and watch over everybody. Otherwise, he'd just handle all the transactions himself, right? Well, if all you're doing is like vaguely getting a notion of sales volume by how often you hear a ding when you're like in the back of the store, what's that really telling you, right? All your staff have to do is figure out that, okay, if, you know, as long as we put through half the transactions, then it'll sound about right, and then we can pocket all the money from the other ones, you know? Look, there's 1,000 different ways to work around it. And again, what if he's not in the store, right? What if he leaves to go pick up some shit from a supplier, right? Or whatever. That just means every time he leaves for an hour, it's open fucking season. It's a buffet. None of it makes sense. None of it makes sense. Because that's not how it worked, and it's not how it ever worked. I went and researched this, and I read the patent for what is given as the first cash register. It's not, but I'll get into that more in the video. And the patent itself makes no mention of that use case. What it says is that the bell informs the customer that their transaction has been registered. In other words, loop on the third voice, oh, I get it. So everyone's a cop now. The cash register is not there to protect the store from you. It's just a tool. Someone has to work it. The cashier is the person who works the register. The purpose of the register is to protect the store from the cashier and to protect you from the cashier. Because you ring something up for $1, they tell you it's $1.10. You hand them $1.10, they pocket the dime, they put the buck in the box. Even if the boss is keeping tabs on everything, even if he somehow knows every single item that's been sold on that day and how much the values were, he's not going to notice the missing 10 cents because he doesn't know what you said to that person. And that person doesn't have a receipt, right? And how do they know it's not $1.10? They don't. You're a trusted agent of the store. That's the whole point, right? So what the register does is the register is a tool that you, the customer, use to tell if the cashier is trying to fuck you so that you can narc on them to the owner. And that's still what it is today. You just don't think about it that way because we are so used to this that we just take it for granted that the purpose of the register is that you can't have something until you put money in it. That's not true. You can't have something until the cashier puts the money in it. And the whole purpose of this whole exchange, the receipt, you may think to yourself, the purpose of the receipt is for you to prove that you didn't steal something. No. The purpose of the receipt is to record that you were charged so that if the money didn't appear in the till, the store knows for a fact that it was supposed to. Now, it is metamorphosized over the years because embezzlement has become so much harder and thus so much rarer that we have become more used to thinking of the receipt as a proof of purchase. But that is not what it was invented for, nor is it what it was for several decades. I saw that somebody mentioned returns earlier. I don't think returns existed for 60 years after this. You know, I don't think anybody was doing returns of anything outside of, you know, weird exception scenarios. I think it was generally... I think as is was generally the way of things for the vast majority of products for eons, right? But, receipts are optional. You can refuse a receipt, but the cashier must offer you one. You see what I'm saying? That's how you know that this isn't about you. You can refuse the receipt because you are not the person they are worried about. But if the cashier knows that if they don't run the transaction through the register, that the customer might go, "Where's my receipt?" and then they get caught, that forces them to run the transaction through the register. And the reason that the register has a display on it, that's not for the cashier. Originally, the cashier knew how much they were entering because the buttons had labels on them. Early cash registers up through the early 20th century, you didn't like punch in digits one at a time. You pressed a button for the total sum of the transaction or of an item. So you had a button for 5 cents, 10 cents, 15 cents, and so on. And so you might press, 15, 25, 90, but you knew how much you were putting in there. And the purpose of the machine was not primarily, you might think, oh, it adds up the total so you get the right amount and the right amount, and maybe even the right amount of change. No, the purpose of the display on the register was to show the customer what amount the cashier had put into the machine so that they knew that there was no tomfoolery afoot. And so that's why the display is so big. That's why the old bar registers that you see in saloons and in westerns, you see the flag pop up that says 95 on it. That was so that you could read it from the other side of the bar. You were expected to pay close attention and make sure the cashier was doing what he was supposed to do. And they enforced this by pardon me. They enforced, or they promulgated this by putting up posters and running ads in newspapers and whatnot. Primarily National Cash Register Company, which, by the way, holy shit! Wow! If you want a humdinger of a tale, read about NCR. Oh my God, motherfuckers! It turns out that, okay, first off, quote unquote, the first cash register was invented by James Ritty. It's more complicated than that. It wasn't really the first, blah, blah, blah. But he sold his IP to a guy named James, I forgot his name. And it doesn't matter. He sold his IP to the Steve Jobs of the 19th century, circa like 1888 or something like that. And yes, they went full Pinkerton, okay? So what happened was, Ritty sold his IP to this guy, James, not Patterson. I think, isn't James Patterson a musician or something? Whatever. He sold to this guy who then reformed the company and called it National Cash Register Company. And this dude was the Steve Jobs of the 19th century in the sense that he thought he had the mandate of heaven. Novelist. There we go. He thought he had the mandate of heaven. He thought that the way that business should work was the way that he saw it, and that anybody not doing it right was like a heretic. He was doing all of this, like all this shit we hear about, like Silicon Valley, CEOs who just have a screw loose, holding these like bizarre, ornate, like sermons, business sermons, where he's like, howling about his views on how they should be working. But at the same time, he's like, if you're on his side, if you're one of, if you're backing his play, he's going to treat you like royalty. His employees had some of the best working conditions of any in the world at that point. But if you crossed him, he would destroy you, right? Not just fired, but, blackballed, gone forever. Okay. But then the way they treated the rest of the industry, if you go back and look at like old collectible cash registers, they're almost all going to be NCR. They say national on them. And the reason is because NCR crushed all their competition using the most brutal tactics I've ever heard of, even for the early 20th century. It was ruthless. For instance, this is documented in the book The Incorruptible Cashier. If you want to go read it, it's on archive.org. But don't read it right now because I think they only have one copy, and I need it. I'm not joking. That's not a bit. Like, I have to borrow it to read it, and if you borrow it, I won't be able to read it. Anyway, but they would do things like they bought up all of their competitors' stock that they could find on the secondary market. So every time somebody got rid of a register from another company, they would buy it, warehouse it, refurb it, and then when they were ready, they would market dump those registers at pennies on the dollar, thus completely obliterating the company's retail sales. And then once they were weakened and couldn't pay, and like bankrupt, then they would buy them. John Patterson, there you go. That sounds right. They also, let's see, they would do, they would go out, they would comb through cities, and anytime they found a store that was selling non-NCR registers, they would rent the unit right across the street or next to it, put all the same registers in there because they had a stock of everybody's models, price them all at pennies on the dollar, wait for the other guy to go out of business, then close. Eventually, people started to notice this was going on, and so they made a holding company, did it under that. It was incredibly successful. And then once they had obliterated all their competition, they went back to using the national name on the fake stores because they weren't afraid of anything. Black Raven asks, was that legal? No. None of this was legal. But they didn't fucking care because they had the mandate of heaven. And so, let's see, what was the other one? And yes, they were like full Pinkerton. They were doing shit like they had agents following all other cash register salesmen around town. And anytime that somebody went into a store, when they came back out, 4 NCR guys would just flood in behind him, and they would do things like they would bring the competitor's machine with them, which they had sabotaged, and then they would set it up and demonstrate that it got the wrong figures. And there's one, they did get antitrusted in like 1910, 1912, and it was full court press. Apparently there was 2,000 pages of testimony, and there were stories in there where someone said that this happened to them, and they just went around the back of the machine, opened the back, and said, "You disconnected half the springs. You're fucking liars." And they still tried to push their point. And he's just like, no, you fucking broke the machine. Get out of here. But they wouldn't let up. And there was also we have a copy of a memo that was circulated to all the NCR salesmen that explained how you could build a gadget out of like a lump of lead with a horsehair tied around it, where you could like walk up to a particular competitor's machine, drop it into a slot, and then the machine would, I think, just pop the cash drawer open, or like produce the wrong totals or something like that, and then you could retrieve it by sleight of hand. It's just, yeah, it was the cash register mafia. It really was. It like honest to God, they were doing mob tactics here, and they were deeply organized, global, and just it was. Yeah, you couldn't win against them. They always won. And so that's right. They had a whole practice of every time they found out about a new competitor, they would get a hold of one of their machines, sometimes before it hit the market, clone it perfectly, and then put that on the market. And then very rapidly, the potential competitor would cave and let themselves get bought. So Goodbye. It was astonishing. Just astonishing shit, right? So, anyway, what I've inferred about this is that I have a good night, Sad Mac. What I've inferred about this is that this company had such power that I think in order for the cash register to get off the ground, like I said, it's the customer's job to enforce it, right? So I think what they had to do in order to make this work was to make utterly ubiquitous the idea that A, you should expect a receipt, and B, you should be narking on your cashier if they do anything untoward. But of course, when the register was new, people didn't know what they were supposed to do, so they had to be educated on this point. And NCR had the war chest to get that information out there. And so I need to do a little more research just to confirm that this is true. But there are scans in the America, that we're talking about the whole world here. There are scans in the book I'm talking about ads in magazines telling just the general public to expect a receipt and demand one, and a list of here are the protections that it offers you. And then when you look at the trade mags, there's matching ads for registers insisting that not having a cash register means that you are being bled dry by your employees, and that not having receipts means that they can pull a fast one on you. And this is all true. Like, this was all 100% accurate. You know, it's one of those cases where you're just like, you know, it sucks, but like the store owner here, if we were talking about Walmart, right, then it's really easy to go, you know, fuck them, just steal from the store. But like, I don't know. It's 1879. You work for a bar. Unless the guy's watering down the drinks or something, is there really something wrong with saying, like, if you steal from him and he goes out of fucking business, that's fucked up? That maybe you shouldn't do that, right? We're so used to the, you know, the corporate world of now that it's really hard to imagine giving a shit. You know, you know, root for, fuck it, steal from work. But in most cases, we're talking about people who work at fucking chain stores where you know that if every fucking employee was swiping $100 a day, they'd never notice it, right? Well, this ain't that. The world was different. And so it gets so it gets complicated, right? Because how do I, the avowed leftist and anti-capitalist and everything, write about this? Well, you heard my diatribe just now. That's the only way I can present it, right? The way I can present it is the cash register was invented because cashiers are not trustworthy. And this is true. This is a fact. They still aren't. Like, the category of people, cashiers, contains a lot of people who will steal if they have the opportunity, and who would not try to do something about that. And what better solution is there, right? So obviously this is going to happen, and it's hard to get mad at it, right? Even though we also think that swiping money from Walmart is rad, right? We agree, you know. But again, it's one of those things where, you know, none of us are pro-crime. We're pro-crime against people we hate, which is reasonable. That's how everybody is. Every human is like that. That's what it is to be a person, right? Yeah, exactly. Of course, yeah. Not being able to trust someone doesn't mean they will abuse their position, but there's a thing my mother used to say that I always used to get mad at her about, which was that locks keep honest people honest. And I always used to tell her, no, Mom, honest people aren't going to steal even if the fucking door is hanging open. But I got her point anyway, which is if you take a group of people who are nominally, you know, strangers, and you have no particular reason to think that any of them are going to attempt to rob you, you can maintain that fantasy as long as you have a lock on the door, and you're never going to find out who might have robbed you, who otherwise may not have ever been a problem for you, right? You eliminate the opportunity for someone to become an enemy. And that's a complicated part of the human condition, right? It's tough to figure out how to feel about that sometimes, because we have spent our whole lives, and this sort of loops around to the point I was making, we've spent our whole lives living in this system long into the technological era of it. You know, in a sense, you could say that there isn't that much difference between a deadbolt on your front door and a cash register, you know, spitting out a receipt. Both of them assume that if not otherwise checked, somebody will trespass against you, as the Bible would put it. Sorry, I've never read the Bible, but I always did think that use of the word trespass. My mom took me to church for 13 years. And I always thought that use of the word trespass is trespass against you. I think it's such a fascinating way to put it. But the machine that kept them honest? No, I don't recognize this. Yeah, we're establishing the new taxonomy. I mean, it's not security theater. It's not security theater, and I think people call a lot of things security theater that aren't. Increasing the commitment, increasing the investment, what I would call the crime investment required to commit a crime, has a strong deterrent effect. Yes, they could smash a window, but now there's a much more durable record of what they did, and it's much harder to change their mind. If you open a door and walk into someone's house and then think, fuck, this is stupid, I gotta get out. Maybe, not these days, in the days of, Ring doorbells and whatnot, maybe maybe it all ends there, right? Whereas you smash a window, you're in. You're not, and even worse if you break the door down, right? So it's complicated, right? And I don't know what it's like to be someone who for which that would ever be an option. I have never in my life felt like I needed or would benefit from stealing anything. So I don't fucking know what it's like to be someone who would. So I don't know what the math looks like for them, but it's not simple, And yeah, the point is, you put a lock on the house. Most people are just going to go, fuck it, let's not bother criming today. And the same is true for, the cash register. What was I going to look up? Machine that kept them honest. Is this... Oh. The second result there is about John Henry Patterson, and then the third one is an article on the incorruptible cashier. Oh, huh. Oh, yeah, okay. So an article from 1966 about John Patterson. This describes him as the autocrat of the cash register. Yeah, that sounds right. Anyway, what was I gonna wrap up with? The point is that going back real quick to what I started with, when I started researching this and I started reading about it and thinking if I'm going to write about dumb registers, which one am I going to pick? What I eventually realized is that the thing that stood out to me was that concept of the audit log. The first register that I ever ran printed a receipt, and then it printed a second receipt that I couldn't touch. It was behind a little window to tell me, hey, asshole, I see you. I know every button you press. So if you have any clever ideas, remember, if you put it in the machine, you're not going to get away with it. And that reminder, they didn't have to put the little window there. And in fact, I found out that they're still doing this. I was at Staples earlier, and I saw a register there that, in fact, did have two printers, one doing an internal audit log, what they call a journal, but it was under an opaque cover. So you didn't even know it was there, right? This was a direct, fuck you, don't try anything, just right out there front and center. And it turns out that goes back to the very first register ever made. In fact, I'm going to show you a picture of this because it's such a good fucking picture. It really just explains everything. Yeah, I mean, that may have had an audit log as a new feature for that lineup, but it certainly was not a new feature, period, because, yeah, it had been invented in 1876. So I'm going to get the... let me get the photo here. Here we go. Yeah, so this thing right here is probably not the very first cash register, but it is the first one that we are specifically aware of. It's from 1876. It is called, let me close Battlefield here. It was called the cash recorder. And the idea, it actually looks a lot wackier than it is, because I can actually explain how this works. So the idea is that, wait, I thought I could, wait, I can't drag this to, all right, hang on. I wish OBS had a better windowing system. Okay, so the idea, and this model, I don't know this model ever got produced, but I believe the idea here is that you would press one of these buttons on the left labeled B to pick a digit. Then you would press one of the buttons on the right to set the value of that digit. And then once you had totaled up, once you had entered all the digits that you wanted, you would squeeze this lever here at the top. And I haven't verified this yet, but I assume that there was a stamp mechanism under this overhang. So you would stick a piece of paper in there, squeeze it, and it would produce a receipt. But then underneath, it sat on this little glass stand. And you can see that there's a second printer in there. Or rather, there's a roll of paper that's being printed by an internal mechanism, and every single transaction is recorded there. This is the progenitor of the exact thing that I saw at my first job. It's the "fuck you, you're being watched" reminder, so that the employee, not only does the employee know I can't get away with anything, but the customer also knows this employee can't get away with anything. So this goes back to the very first example of the technology that we are aware of, right? Now, one of my favorite little details about this, I mentioned that this particular machine was, I don't know that it was produced for sure, and there was also an earlier, this patent is not from 1876. This one is from 1878, but the one from 1876 was patented. I just haven't found the patent yet, or haven't gotten a copy of it yet. However, the machine was produced because this is it, and I found this on eBay after joking to a friend that I would just go buy one, and then I checked, and yes, there's one for sale right now on eBay for $7,000. And I was looking at it and thinking, like, God, it's shocking that, the person who listed this, even knows what it is. And I looked at who listed it. It's R. Crandall, Rick Crandall, the guy who wrote the book. It's literally the guy who wrote the book on this subject, on cash register collecting. And per the book, this guy was so dedicated to getting this right that he actually went and got the antitrust suit in its entirety and read 2,000 pages of depositions and testimony. So this guy is fucking dedicated, right? And apparently he bought this from NCR 30 years ago and is now finally selling it on eBay. And if it weren't $7,000, have a good night, Vessu. If it weren't $7,000, I'd be fucking tempted. If this was $500, I might buy it. But that'll never happen. Yeah, right from the pig's mouth.
3 donation. OMG, cash registers are so interesting, and I don't know.
I still don't know. Anyway, this one is missing part of the mechanism, I think. I don't think this has the audit printer. I think that came later. But, yeah. So the point is, it's I decided that that's what I wanted to address. And so the register that I ended up buying on eBay, I put in a lot of effort, failed, and then had Daria help me. And she tracked down one that had the 2 printers and exactly the way that the one at my first job worked. I think it's exactly the way. Does it have the window? Yep, it's got the window. You'll see that when I make the video. But yeah, it's got the little window that shows you, fuck you. This is all on record. And that allows me to do a video where I actually talk about the thing that I care about, the thing that I think about it. That's where my fascination with this started, and so I figure I should start there, right? Rather than try and come at it from here's the correct angle to look at it. That's right. Yeah, it was $20 plus shipping when all the other ones I was looking at were like $250 and up and weren't the right thing. But again, I think the meow, you came in just as I'm quitting. Sorry. The thing that interests me about this is the thing that people want to hear about. And so, because that's where, I came at this from, why was that little window there? Why was that so important? And why have so few people, nobody that I mentioned this to ever recognizes that exists. So why is it that was so important, yet nobody that I talk to is really cognizant that this feature is so common? That's the angle, right? This is the thing that's always fascinated me, is this thing that I noticed and I think nobody else did. And so that's where I need to come at it from. And so, yeah, that's the story. Anyway, thanks for coming, everybody. Have a good night. Oh, hey, I have a button in OBS that shuts the broadcast off, so I don't have to. Oh, hey, that's right. Sorry.
Goodbye.
Where'd I put the? I had a new sound effect. Where'd I put that sound effect?
Goodbye.
Here we go. Is this gonna work?
Goodbye.
Bye.